Good evening. Tonight, we're going to start with the level 61 dungeon Sirensong Seas, I believe. We were pretty close last time, and then we'll continue the main quest from there. Not much to it. Let's go. And if you're wondering, why are we doing main quest on a Thursday? Well, I'm not available to stream on the Friday tomorrow, and I think most of us wants to do family stuff on Saturday, so I think it is better to do it now, a little early, rather than stick to the fixed schedule that probably doesn't work very well for anyone. Similarly, you can probably expect that next week's stream is also going to be on a different day than usual for similar reasons. Imagine a lot of people will want to celebrate the new year with family and friends, and not just with me on a stream. And let's just make sure that we get our retainer here sent out on business. I think there's new gear for level 20. There's some. I think that's all. Nope, the helmet is not helpful yet. She needs to be level 25. We don't need this anymore. What things do we need to hang on to? We don't need this. Maybe our retainer does. Yep. So we do that. And now we can get rid of this. And we made some money. We'll just leave that there. We have the space. Now, you may know from my money-making guide or simple tricks to make gil that doing the really long ventures is not the most efficient, but we don't really have time to like babysit the retainer and keep coming back for just that. So instead we're just going to use the long ones. I think the long ones are also far more efficient for like XP per venture spent. Let's see, where was that? That was the Dragoon quest, we don't need that yet. We needed this, that's why we're sleeping in Limsa. That's next to the Arcanist Guild. There we go. Oh look, there's Setsu. Hey Skullwolf, aka Setsu. Let's see here. You're returned, Kaitsu. I trust you learned much from our Doman friends in Revenant's Toll. I'm eager to hear all, though that can wait until we have left port. We will have time enough to talk on our journey to Kugane. Our spice trading friends have completed their preparations. Assuming you have completed yours, you may inform the deckhand that we are ready to depart.
All set, lass. I'll see you to the ship if so.
"12 be praised. Full sure was I that I had come too late." Urianger! Tell me you haven't come all this way just to see us off.
Nay, my lady. Ere you quit these shores for eastern climes, I wished to share some words of seeming import. Look ye where the sun doth rise, see crimson embers, darkening skies. Look ye where the sun doth fall, see azure lost amidst the squall.
Well, that sounds suitably foreboding. Another one of your prophecies, I presume?
Of far eastern origin, aye. It is mine earnest hope that this ancient wisdom may serve to guide you on your journey. For what dangers lie in wait for you upon those distant shores are yet beyond my knowing.
A parting gift befitting your roundabout ways. Thank you.
I have more than words for you, my lady.
It's beautiful. Is it for me?
No, that's why I handed it to you.
Though undeniably powerful, your ethereal blade taxeth you greatly in the wielding. Not so this rapier, which shall serve you just as well against all but the most formidable foe.
Impressive. It feels as though it's attuned to my ether. I shall treasure it.
Honored guests, say your farewells, for the moment of our parting draws nigh. A fair wind blows, and I mean to follow it.
It would seem our ship is set to sail. Pray give my regards to Thancred and the others. And take care.
Ah yes, the map again. It's funny how they started using that. I feel like they didn't use it as much in Endwalker, but I might just not remember.
A fine day, is it not? Fair winds and following seas. The Misery is enjoying herself. Nevertheless, it would not do for you to spend the entirety of our voyage above deck. Let me show you to your quarters.
Is it supposed to do that?
Not under normal circumstances.
Captain! You're needed on deck! Something queer's afoot. The winds died down, the waters went still, and all of a sudden, we were dragged off course.
Dragged? By what?
Can't rightly say, sir. But some of the lads are muttering about seeing things in the water. Things that shouldn't be there.
Oh, for the love of... If you will excuse me a moment. Actually, might I persuade you to join me? Loath though I am to admit it, I have a bad feeling about this.
Well, that doesn't look problematic. Are you all right? Right? All right. Odd. Most odd. Well, do you have any idea what's going on? No. As the man said, despite the absence of wind and current, the misery is somehow being pulled off course. Well, why not fire up the ceruleum engines you have hidden below? An excellent suggestion based on knowledge you should not have. Alas, our engines appear to be malfunctioning for reasons that escape my engineers at present.
I'm telling you, Captain, it's them things the lad saw.
Things? I suppose I could convince you to attempt something more descriptive? An adjective, for example. Sea-wolf superstitions and fairy tales, not more, but if you must know, the things which he is so reticent to name are the souls of deceased women said to lure sailors to their deaths. Preposterous! Yes, indeed. If it is neither the sea nor the weather which is responsible, then it is probably a predatory entity of some sort. Perhaps a siren or some such. For all we know, it could be a fellow spice trader employing magics to seize and plunder passing vessels. Regardless, we have but one recourse, to let the current take us where it will and deal with whatever we find there. That is a pretty effective method. What a thoroughly pragmatic suggestion. Oh, I am beginning to like you, girl. I assure you the feeling is not mutual. Once we arrive at our destination, be it a vessel or an island or something else, Lise and I will remain with the ship to defend it in case of attack. Caetsu, I believe you would be the ideal choice to venture forth and deal with the cause of our troubles. Then it is settled. I know not what awaits us, but it will rue the day it reeled us in. Very motivating. Oh, we're being dragged into a trap? Let's enter the trap intentionally, because we're that powerful. Right, dungeon time. And Skullwolf said, did he just quote Star Wars with the I have a bad feeling about this line? I don't know. Did Star Wars do it first? Do we know if Star Wars did it first? I don't know. I didn't realize it was specifically a quote. Great. You wanted to join me for the dungeon, didn't you, Setsu? If you are on the EU data center, and you want to join for Sirensong Sea, you just have to let me know in the live chat, and then there's a chance that you can get an invite. It does help if you're a little bit flexible in terms of job, because I believe both me and Setsu are specifically DPS only in this case. But given the viewer count, I'm guessing that the likelihood that someone is going to miss the opportunity if we go now is very small. So I think we'll just go with it. Ha! I like how it just says, instead of having the actual button for party support, it just says NPC party support will be added for the Sirensong Sea in a future update. Like an ad. Well, party support is coming for all main quest content. I'm guessing it is to make it more possible to play the story as a single player game if you want to. What can we do while we wait? Hunting log maybe? Nope, because the only things incomplete requires us to go on a side quest. And we don't really need company seals right now, so that one is sort of also off the table. We could work on the Dragoon quest, but I don't feel super confident about our chances of taking our time with any potential cutscenes. I remember the time where we did an A Realm Reborn piece of the Dragoon quest line, where I had to speedrun through the cutscenes, and when I say speedrun, I didn't mean mashing the button, it meant me voice acting at double time. And we only just barely managed to finish the long cutscene as the queue popped. And it would be a shame if the dungeon pops in the middle of something. So I just think, in general, it is better to just wait. Also, apparently there's no music. No music at all. Has a tail. The ship has a tail. Well, while we wait, let's talk a little bit about, I don't know, like to remind that there is a link to a Discord community server pinned in the live chat. If you like to watch the channel, maybe specifically like to be in the live streams, the Discord server offers a way for you to talk with other people that happen to be in the live stream chat sometimes. It is also probably a more consistent way to follow what's happening on the YouTube channel, because the Discord server has a channel dedicated to the weekly schedule that I post about once a week. And it has a dedicated channel for whenever I make a new video or plan a stream or post a short, things like that. So if you find it a little difficult sometimes to know when I'm streaming or when stuff is happening, maybe you feel like you miss video posts or something that you wanted to see sooner, then the Discord server is an excellent place to be. Not to mention the weird stuff we can sometimes talk about on the Discord server. For example, there was a conversation about, I believe, anime outros and intros today, because we have a channel dedicated to music. And we also talked a little bit about the upcoming live letter, mainly in regards to Paladin's rework. This is something that somewhat regularly comes up, both on stream for me and just in general conversation, some part in video comments. Because as a channel that focuses heavily on job guides and teaching how to play the game, the fact that a job is getting completely overhauled, and yes, that is apparently Yoshi P's words himself, is very interesting. The main thing in that conversation turned out to be that I suggested a way that they might rework Paladin. Like, how can you make the toolkit work in a completely different fashion that somehow matches the 2-minute burst rotation that all jobs fit in, without making it too much like one of the other tanks, which is the main concern. when people hear about reworks. One thing I've heard people say is that they believe that Summoner was too simplified, that the complexity of the job was removed in a bad way and replaced with something that isn't very appreciated. I really like how Summoner is these days, but some people miss the complexity of old Summoner. And similarly, when Paladin is removed, old Paladin is removed and replaced with new Paladin, people will miss old Paladin. That's bound to happen. Well, we have the dungeon. Apparently we have 2 sprouts and the healer's AFK? Question mark? Hopefully not. This is one of the weirder dungeons, certainly. Really has a lot of strangeness, like if you've gotten used to 2 packs and then a boss as like the default, this will feel completely out of place. I believe most of the packs in this dungeon are like 1 or 2, and then a 3rd. Like for instance here we had sort of 2 packs, but they were forced to be sectioned out as 1 pack and then 1 pack. And then we have the possibility of having 2 packs here. And the next part we'll have something similar. And in the last part we're going to have something similar again, where technically you can do it in the way that we're used to, but it's going to feel very awkward to do. But the best we can do is just try to optimize every pack. A common thing that you may run into when you're playing a DPS job with a lot of cooldowns, like for instance Dragoon, is the opener stack, where you refrain from using cooldowns because you want to keep them for the boss. Like if you're keeping a 2-minute or at least a 1-minute cooldown because you want it for the boss, it means that the trash pack you're fighting is going to take significantly longer to beat, and then you would have had the cooldown by then anyway. In this case, you can see that me choosing to use Lance Charge turned out to delay Lance Charge just a little bit for the opener, but it isn't anything drastically problematic. So it's better to use your cooldowns when you have them rather than sit on them forever. It's not an unusual problem. I'm mostly bringing this up because even I am very used to like making that mistake of sitting on cooldowns, because it feels better to open correctly on a boss. But seriously, using your cooldowns when they are available is going to make the dungeon faster, even if it makes the boss fight a little bit more awkward. Not to mention that in most cases, the most dangerous part of a dungeon are the trash packs, by virtue of the amount of damage the tank is taking. Uh-oh. It probably didn't need to heal there, but it looked like the healer was in a little bit of a bad spot. Didn't have time to cast heals when they needed to dodge mechanics. So that wasn't the worst time to choose to use some self-healing. Like, generally, if you have lost a bunch of health, but everyone in your party has lost a bunch of health, you casting a healing spell or healing ability on just yourself doesn't change anything. The healer still has to cast like a raid-wide heal. So the only difference is that you're safe for 1 second sooner than everyone else. Which is sometimes helpful, but it's sometimes better to keep that heal for when you specifically need the healing. That is, like, you can use your defensive tools for healing when you need it. You can also just use it when you're taking damage anyway, but typically, if it doesn't help the healer to have to cast less healing, then, like, if they're going to heal you anyway, then you're just throwing the potential healing for yourself out, or losing out on the opportunity to... Oh, is that an upgrade? No, it is not. The opportunity to get some extra free extra healing when you really need it. Oh, that was... I don't know if that was fast enough. I tried to interrupt the spell with a stun. I wonder if it worked. Nope, I can't do anything this time. By the way, Setsu, Skullwolf, keep in mind that when you see a spell, like cast bar, like the one we just saw, like that like pulses and is red, it means that if you use the ability Head Grace, which you have as a machinist, you can just stop the attack from happening at all. It's pretty helpful. We'll have to delay Spine Shadow Dive a little bit here. I delayed it incorrectly, so I clipped my GCD instead. Oh. Oh, that was incorrect. I should have kept Spine Shadow Dive for this, actually. Ow. And we have gotten Geiskagul displaced from jump a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't cause problems later down the line. So this mechanic where it pulls you in is like a tether. It's not entirely obvious that it is a tether, but if you don't run away, you will keep the tether and do a huge amount of damage to you and apply like vulnerability debuffs that makes you take a lot more damage over time, and this is an upgrade. So that's why you want to jump away. I have seen players that just ignore it, and it can be brutally difficult for the healer to keep you alive through it. And if you don't know what to do about it, you will just take a huge amount of avoidable damage. So you don't want to do that. Oh, it looks like the tank already had the stun down. Yep, we have guys Goggle and Jump lined up again. That's good. Makes it a little easier to manage. We'll just keep our cooldowns and such until we reach a standstill. Because the mobs are a little behind, we can dish out some damage while we're running. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. That stun is going to be problematic. We needed that stun opportunity later. So Setsu, when you see the fleshless captive cast Seductive Scream, you want to use Interject, if you can. And if you can't, then that might be the time to run. This is now. Excellent. I don't know if it was you or the tank that did it. But that was perfect. Whoops. Let's focus down the ad here. You can barely hear me over gameplay. Alright. That does make it complicated if I'm trying to give you advice. Well, knowing that I gave you advice throughout the dungeon, you can also, of course, watch it back later and see what I said after the fact if you're interested. You can also not. It's just a suggestion, of course. More bit advanced. Make sure you're not looking at the blue pools, because then you'll run into them. Uh-oh. And that's a nice tank. They moved the boss a little bit away so that I can reach the back of the boss without standing in the blue stuff. I shouldn't have early weaved that. No, right, make sure your back isn't facing the blue stuff. Excellent. I think, is this now where Yeah, it puts like a outer ring on it. So now we have to be more precise when placing ourselves around this. Point away from the blue things. Oh dear. To quote myself, don't use limit break much later than less than 10% health. There we are. Perfect execution. Exactly late enough that every single point of damage counted. And when I say quote myself, I'm of course referring to my melee basics guide that I released recently. What I was telling you about Skullwolf was that enemies that have a cast bar that is like pulsing and blinking at you means that you can use tanks interject or ranged physicals head grace to interrupt it. The Wraith we were fighting before, the one out there, uses this spell called Seductive Scream. What that does is that it forces you to slowly walk towards it for like 5 seconds. Nope, not arm's length. Nothing to do with arm's length. But it'll force you to walk towards it. Namely, it is not a knockback, it is not like a pull-in, it specifically just makes you walk towards it. Meaning that the only way to prevent this is by preventing the spell in the first place. If you paid really close attention to the boss, you would have noticed that the way that it went is that it would cast Dark, which is like a circle AoE point blank somewhere, which you can interrupt, but you can also just dodge it. Then it will cast Dark again, and then it will cast Seductive Scream, and immediately after the Seductive Scream, yes, head grace. Immediately after Seductive Scream, it'll cast Flood. And Flood is a circle AoE centered on the Wraith, but because you are blindly walking towards the Wraith, you cannot dodge it. It's not lethal. You will not wipe to this. It's just, first of all, being seduced for 5 seconds or something means you're doing no DPS for 5 seconds. Meaning that the fight takes at least 5 more seconds. So it's worth interrupting it. Second of all, the Flood will do enough damage that it might require the healer to do something that isn't attacking, which means that it'll take longer because the healer isn't attacking. So it's just a whole combination of things. This Fleshless Captive, as it is named, is one of the best examples of how important it is to use your interrupts on the right attack, and just using interrupts in general. That's why I wanted to highlight it. I am actually using this particular encounter for a video that I'm releasing in the future. You might be able to guess what it is about, given that I'm recommending you a ranged physical job to do this. Fortunately, tanks and ranged physical can do this, and given that tanks have interrupts and stuns, if just your tank knows this problem with this particular mob, you're good, you're fine, because the tank can interrupt it. They can even stun it if they interrupted the wrong thing by accident. Meaning it is not that hard, but if you are not the tank, and you realize the tank doesn't know, you knowing means that you can make it safer for everyone. Again, not a required thing to do, but every little thing makes a difference. You don't have to do the maximum damage, but if you interrupt the thing that costs everyone 5 seconds of uptime, then you're compensating for whatever you're doing. Whether you are doing the most damage or not doesn't matter. It's like giving the entire party like 5 seconds of 100% more damage. because they would have otherwise done 0. So yeah, it's head grace. Head grace is good.
Thank the 12. Everything here would appear to be in order. Good. Repairs should be completed by the time we return to the Misery, whereupon we shall resume our journey without further delay.
I swear, if I never hear another ghost story, it will be too soon.
I know, Skullwolf. I just think that it is an interesting subject to talk about. Some people find it helpful to know these things, see them in like examples like this. And I think it's also easier to learn if you're experiencing it. You see it happen, and then you explained what could you have done better. It doesn't mean that you have to be like have your learning hat on every time you watch my streams.
I remember the sea, the smell of the salt, and the crash of the waves as we drew closer to Kugane.
Is the voiceover done?
The only port open to outsiders in Hingashi, across the Ruby Sea from Othard, from Doma. All the colors of the rainbow, all the peoples of the world, all in one place. I wish you could have seen it.
Yeah, what I was getting at is that having like a precise example of somewhere to use a specific ability you were just experiencing and then getting explained how to do it slightly better is often a lot more helpful than just being told in a vacuum. Head grace is useful when you see this particular thing happening, which can happen in a lot of places or none at all depending on what kind of content you're doing. Do this, and then you don't like interact with an interruptible spell for a week and then you've forgotten. So that's really the reason why I bring these things up. That's also why when I'm doing a dungeon that I'm like, oops, I made this mistake, I could have done this better, because if you're watching, you're playing a Dragoon yourself, or you're playing a DPS yourself, or you're playing the game yourself and want some advice, sometimes seeing someone do a thing and then explain why it is wrong can be helpful for like your learning experience. Maybe you saw me sit on cooldowns a little bit and be like, why is he doing that? Or I do that too. And then you hear me say, also, that is not the best thing to do. And then I promptly do it and then say, and I do that too, but I know it's wrong. So it's complicated. Skullwolf says, I'll be honest, I have trouble figuring out what enemies can be affected by head grace. All enemies in the game, every single one, is affected by head grace. The question is whether they have a spell that is affected by head grace. If you see a spell normally that is cast, you know how what's a good example? Can I do that? Let's see. If I switch to Black Mage, you can see that. What can I cast when I'm standing here? Can I even cast anything? No, I cannot. Never mind. You see me cast this? You can see the normal cast bar. If it is not orange and filling up like that, if it is more like red and has like a pulsing effect coming out of it, then it means that head grace will work on it. That's what it means. Pretty much. And only tanks and ranged physical jobs can interrupt things. So that's the reason why it's a little bit extra important that if you like to play ranged physical, that if you want to master your job or your role, that you know this and know how to capitalize on this, because it means a lot for the rest of your party. And knowing how to interrupt, can compensate for a lot. Like if you don't do your rotation perfectly, maybe you feel like you're not doing that good damage, but you are on point with the interrupts and you always get them right. That can help your party. Then they know that at least you know that much, and that also helps. And Skull says, I accidentally clicked away. I'll have to rewind. See, now that's why it's helpful that I have enabled the rewind ability on my streams. Right, let's continue. Congratulations, you now stand in Kugane, the western port of Hingashi. Regrettably, the only port in this nation open to foreign trade. Oh, and I do apologize for the unforeseen difficulties which befell us during our journey. Needless to say, your assistance in overcoming them was most appreciated. You're a pair of pants, I guess. And a level up. We have high jump now. We have acquired high jump. Is this an upgrade? No, it is not. Oh, we can do this. And then we have our gloves correctly again. Hey, Alphino. Glad though I am to have arrived, I would remind you all that we are far from home, with limited resources at our disposal. Duly noted, brother. I shall take care not to enjoy myself. In any event, Doma is our final destination, and our first order of business should be to secure passage there. Captain Carvalane, I realize you pledged only to take us as far as Kugane, and I have no desire to change the terms of our agreement. I should, however, be interested to know how you would go about reaching Othard, were you in our position. At the risk of stating the obvious, you are in a port. Surely there is a kind and generous soul here who will aid you for the right price. You cannot be the first traveler seeking passage to Doma. The captain makes a good point. 'Tis like that Yugiri and Gosetsu were forced to come here for the self-same reasons we were. They must have found a way to Othard, assuming they're not still in the city. Ere we seek passage, mayhap we should first seek our friends. Leave it to me, Alphino. Making friendly inquiries is my specialty. Lest you forget, I got plenty of practice in Ishgard. Captain Carvalane, could you direct us to the nearest tavern? Desperate for a drink, are we? You may find one in that large building just beyond the pier. Whether your journeys have come to an end or about to begin, the Shiokase Hostelry is an ideal place to rest, relax, and reflect. Oh, so they say. And with that, my dear scions, I bid you farewell. As soon as we have replenished our supplies, we must away. Ours was ever a fast-moving business. The spice trade? The spice trade, you mean? But of course, surely you did not think I traveled halfway around the world and delivered you to a destination solely out of the kindness of my heart. Perish the thought. Thank you, Captain, and may the navigator watch over and keep you. Right then, to the hostelry. After you. Well, Skullwolf, if you need a particular example, you could rewind the stream even further and see the exact encounter I was talking about earlier. With the fleshless captive and that. Then you will see the exact pulsing and blinking cast bar that I mentioned. You can also watch the stream while it's live.
12. I thought Ishgard remarkable, but this... We are certainly not in Eorzea anymore.
A tavern is a tavern, Alphino, here or anywhere else. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time to do what I do best.
Oh, 1,000 pardons, my lady. The signs of the 7th dawn, I presume. I hope your voyage was not too trying.
And you are?
Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me. Hancock of the East Aldenard Trading Company, at your service. On behalf of Chairman Lolorito, I bid you welcome to Kugane and invite you to take refreshments at our local offices.
Lolorito? I was aware his interests extended beyond the borders of Eorzea, but not so far as Kugane. Regardless, I am disinclined to accept the hospitality of grinning merchants, especially those who serve a master with whom we have such a difficult relationship.
My, such naked suspicion. I do hope that business with the Crystal Braves did not rob you of all faith in your fellow man. Or do you really think the chairman is plotting to drag you into another one of his grand schemes?
I beg your pardon? If you are trying to win my trust, you are failing quite spectacularly.
Oh dear, have I offended you? Once again, I must apologize. Too much time in the Far East, you see. One is compelled to talk in circles round everything here, and one finds oneself longing for the invigoratingly candid speech of the Uldan markets. Though I see now that this was neither the time nor the place to indulge said longing. Might I suggest that we continue this conversation at the company offices? Too many eyes and ears here, you understand. 'Twould be decidedly reckless to say any more.
If I may favor you with the invigorating candy you apparently crave, it would be decidedly reckless to follow a man I neither know nor trust. Give me one good reason why we should accept Lord Lolorito's invitation.
Now there's the young diplomat I was told to expect. Very well then, I shall explain. You understand that you are come to a most reclusive and secretive nation, yes? One whose borders are closed to foreign trade save at this single port. Then it should come as no surprise that a great many parties have vested interests here. Merchants like myself are a given, of course, but for every one of us, you may be certain there is also an agent of a foreign government. Many notable nations and empires have embassies here, you know, including, of course, the Garlean Empire, with whom you have such a difficult relationship.
To paraphrase, Kugane is teeming with Imperial spies, one or several of whom could now be listening to our every word.
Something to that effect, yes. Beneath this veneer of bustling trade, a war for supremacy is being waged between world powers. One might say we were standing on the front lines, just not in public.
I still have my doubts, but he may have a point. I say we accept his invitation for now.
I don't even remember what I was saying before the cutscene voice acting suddenly cut me off again. That was a long cutscene. But yes. Interrupts. They're important, especially if you're a tank or a ranged physical. And you must be Caetsu Chaiji, Slayer of Gods, Rider of Dragons, Savior of Ishgard, Stealer of Pants, if some of them are puzzling rumors are to be believed. Steal of Pants. Steal of Candy, more like. I knew it. May I say what an honor and a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance, my lady. I just know you and I are going to get along famously. Now then, without further ado, allow me to escort you to the company offices. This being your first visit to our fair city, I shall make an effort to point out various landmarks along the way, if you would be so good as to follow me. Yes, you go that way. I'll grab this ether shard. Excuse me? Oh, hi guys. Excuse me while I grab this etherite. And we're still at level 61 main quest. That is incredible. Hey everyone, if I could have your attention please, you are now standing in Ten Kanto. Loosely translated, the name means Spire of Drifting Souls, which, as some of you may have deduced, makes reference to the etherite which stands over yonder. The design is markedly different from those of Sharlayan, yet I trust its function is identical? A diplomat and a scholar, will wonders never cease. Far Eastern Aetherite technologies have a long and storied tradition, I assure you. This particular example was constructed by the Oni Shishu, a collective of skilled craftsmen, who guard their ancestral techniques with the utmost secrecy. In short, you will find it no less reliable than its Western counterparts. A tune, if you like. Ooh, a non-upgrade, thank you. Beautiful though it may be, we cannot spend all day staring at the etherite. Come, come, let us move along. The markets are next. I think it's funny how Hancock gets such a bad rap because of his situation with Lolorito, but he himself is actually quite polite, I would say. It's just unfortunate that he's employed by Lolorito, isn't it? We've arrived at the largest shopping district in Kugane, Kugane Dori. Kugane, as you are doubtless unaware, is an ancient Hinkan word for gold. So in this prosperous port where golden fortunes are made, lesser fortunes, or Kogane, are earned by the local merchants. It's all quite logical once you learn the language. Hello, Valkyrie. I hope you're doing well. You ask if this is MSQ stream. That is correct. We are somewhere in Stormblood, so if you don't want spoilers for Stormblood, you might want to skip over this one. If you don't mind, because it's pretty far in the distant future. If you're early on the ARR MSQ, then you can watch along anyway. But it is absolutely going to be sort of spoilery. Depending on where you are in ARR, this can be 100 hours or more into your playthrough. Alternatively, if you are in the mood for Wake Me Up when non-MSQ stream comes up, that's going to be like on Wednesday. I generally do later in the, well, more, at least one stream a week is generally non-MSQ stuff. But thank you for tuning in anyway. Let's continue then. Now you're beginning to speak my language. Oh, a kindred spirit. What a pleasure it is to meet a young lady who appreciates the value of hard-won coin.
Hancock of the East Aldenar Trading Company, you are with clients today.
Why, if it isn't Master Kaiten. Pray allow me to introduce to you my esteemed guests, but recently come from distant Eorzea. This kind and generous soul supervises all transactions here in Kugane.
Your sincerity is ever appreciated. As he says, I am Captain of the Hakuuchi clan, and it is my honor to serve as overseer of these markets. As we receive many foreign visitors in Kugane, we accept all manner of currencies. Rest assured, your Eorzean guild are welcome here. I invite you to peruse our wares at your leisure.
Your new PC is coming in 10 days, and you haven't played in 5. That's a long time. Over 2 weeks. Possibly over 2 weeks of no Final Fantasy XIV. I can understand why you would be tuning into a stream for a little bit of a second-hand Final Fantasy XIV when you've been kept away from it. I hope your new PC is going to be awesome. Arms, armor, foodstuffs, portables. Here you will find all of them and more. See you Wednesday, Valkyrie. And thank you again for tuning in. We did take that ether shot. It'll be fine. If we may pause here for a moment. This road leads to the Ijin-gai, the district in which Ijin, or foreigners, are permitted to reside. Would this also be where the foreign embassies are found, including that of a certain empire? Precisely. So you see, it would not be at all unusual to cross paths with one of our Gallian cousins here. With this in mind, I would encourage you to choose your words carefully. We would not want any physical altercations. After all, such spats being strictly forbidden. The Sekisai-gumi punish breaches of the peace quite severely. I have seen foreigners permanently exiled for a single violation, though, to be fair, this is not common. More often than not, they are executed on the spot. What? Cut down then and there? You're joking, right? Would that I were, but alas, these samurai are a humorless lot. Why, I recall one instance when a foreign merchant in his cups dared lay hands upon a Hingan aristocrat in front of a Sekisai-gumi. The samurai cut him in half with a single stroke. Ugh, I don't even want to think about that. So, as you see, it would behoove you to behave. Failing that, we may be forced to part ways with one another, or you with yourselves, in the manner of the late Telechi Adelechi. Ah ha ha. Yes, such fun times. Good old, grand old times. Oh, how I amuse myself. But we must carry on. I have yet to show you the Gallian consulate. Grand old times when you were all exiled from basically Eorzea for a while. Oh, the good old days. Remember when Raban lost an arm? Oh, that was a good day. That was funny. Hysterical even. You know, one thing that I've thought about quite regularly, because it's staring me right in my face when I'm streaming, is that it is not unusual that the amount of current viewers, according to YouTube, is less than the people that are actively talking in the chat. Which, you know, suggests that the active viewers are inaccurate. My guess my new guess is that it is not actually counting people that are like rewinding the stream. So if like you're 5 seconds behind the real stream for whatever reason, YouTube will simply not count you as a concurrent viewer. That is my new hypothesis. It's very possible that that is the case. For instance, given the fact that Skullwolf is here in the chat responding quite quickly. However, he did rewind the stream earlier and might not be watching it exactly live. Fascinating. The best way to test this would be to have a stream without rewind allowed, but I feel like that is not worth it. I will leave it up to hypothesis, and then maybe someone else will tell me one day, no, that's not how it works. That is not how it works. I could do a quick test stream on that. I could do that, but I don't really do short streams, and I do schedule my streams. Someone might have figured it out. It's not that important. I just think it's interesting. It's pretty funny when it says that there's no one watching, yet here you are. This, as you may have surmised, is the consulate of you-know-who. Mark the guards at the gate. Are their uniforms not different from those you have seen in the West? Were you to travel far and wide, you would find that many such variations exist, often inspired by local designs, all of which goes to show that even a massive empire seeking to rule all of creation is not without its artisans. I don't think anything here is actually that helpful. I guess the best we could do is grab this for the future for our retainer, but by that point we'll probably have better gear ourselves, so it doesn't really help. Let's go with the materia, I guess. Still level 61. There's oh so much more I could speak of. The soothing waters of the onsen, the ephemeral delights of the pleasure district, but you are doubtless still weary from your long sea voyage. Let us retire to the company offices. But first, let me grab this ether shard while I'm right here next to it. Oh, wrong house. Did we take this ether shard? I guess we did. Yeah, we did. The reason why it's helpful to grab all of the ether shards, and I mentioned this before on stream, but the reason why is if you have all of the ether shards in a major city, it means that you can from any ether shard jump out of the city. Why that is relevant is because you can see here in the Ruby Sea, which is rather large, as we can see here. If you're going to visit this section of the map, then using the aetherites up here isn't too problematic. But if you want to visit any south part of the zone, then being able to jump directly from Kugane is quite helpful. So it would be beneficial to grab. This also is implied helpful for all of the other major cities, like I believe Ishgard allows you to jump to here. That's not that helpful. I think Ishgard might be the least helpful one. But you can jump to here, or here, or here, where you can see that if you need anything in this lower section of the map, you're going to be a pretty long walk if you go from the nearest aetherite. But it also requires that you're aware of how zones connect to each other to utilize this. But if you learn these things, it'll eventually become easier to track. Now, back to the story. At long last, we arrive at our destination. May I present to you our humble offices? We have much to discuss, so I will refrain from further prattle. Come, come, right this way.
Our thaumaturgist took great pains to ward these walls against all manner of surveillance. Where business dealings are concerned, we do not compromise on confidentiality. You may avail yourselves of these offices for the duration of your visit. Come and go as you like, and know that you may speak freely here.
Your offer is most generous, but I will not enter into any agreement which would leave us beholden to you or your master.
A legitimate concern. Allow me to clarify then. The chairman bids you consider this as an expression of his heartfelt contrition for the bloody banquet and the unpleasantness which followed.
You know, the thing I just joked about and laughed about 2 minutes ago.
Never having been one to put stock in words alone, the chairman deems the provision of material aid to be a more appropriate demonstration of his sincerity. By sheer coincidence, your purpose here also happens to coincide with our own interests. That is, assuming you are come to aid the Doman Liberation Front.
How could... I will not bother to offer a denial. You have the right of it. To be specific, we are come in search of our Far Eastern allies, Yugiri and Gosetsu, whom we hope to assist in their fight.
The Aori Shinobi and the Rugadan Samurai? Then you will be pleased to know that they have both come to Kugane.
Are you sure?
Quite. They came here aboard a company vessel, you see. However, they encountered difficulties securing passage across the Ruby Sea.
The Ruby Sea? Sorry, I've never been any good at geography.
Forgive me. This calls for a map. We are here in Kugane, the sole open port of Hingashi, situated on her western coast. Doma, meanwhile, is here on the eastern coast of Otherd in Yanxia. Therefore, if your friends are to reach Doma, they must first cross the Ruby Sea.
That is a quite technologically advanced map with like glowing area markings like this, Mr. Hancock. This isn't just a map. This is quite impressive. Like, I thought we were going to go a little bit more classical with how you put on like the icons like on top of the map, and then you come at me with this glowing sections trick. That is impressive. Did Lolorito pay for this?
Alas, this is easier said than done, as the Ruby Sea does not fall within the dominion of either Hingashi or Doma, being controlled since antiquity by a third party, namely the Confederacy. Said maritime collective is known for the consummate skill of its sailors, and for demanding that any vessel entering its waters pay a toll referred to as the Ruby Tithe. In exchange, the Confederacy's vast fleet guarantees the safety of those who travel within its territory. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, Garlemald conquered Doma some 25 years past, at which time the Empire saw no value in controlling the Ruby Sea, and thus did they turn a blind eye to the activities of the Confederacy. The recently appointed acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma had other ideas, however. She has formally condemned the Confederacy and declared that any who recognize their authority shall be branded enemies of the Empire.
I just want to point out that this means that if the Confederacy stops your vessel and requires and demands ruby tithe, you can choose to pay them, in which case they will quote-unquote guarantee your safety by not attacking your vessel. But also, if you pay them, then you're seen as an enemy to the Empire, which means that when you eventually go to dock somewhere here on the coast where the Guardians control, you're dead. On the other hand, you can choose to not recognize the authority of this ruby tithe, meaning that you choose to not pay the Confederacy, and then they will attack your vessel, presumably killing you right then and there. However, you're not seen as an enemy to the Empire, so they will just simply consider you less than human, because that's what the Empire does to people that are not Guardian. Which means that you're probably dead anyway. So if you're stopped by the Confederacy and you're headed for Doma in any capacity, you're dead. Because there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. There's no winning move, so to speak. So you might not be surprised if there's not that many visiting vessels here that will deal with Domans, because if they meet the Confederates or Confederacy, they're dead. Like, there's no winning move, as I said.
Bowing to this pressure, Hingashi severed ties with these toll takers and forbade the payment of the ruby tithe, prompting the Confederacy to make it known that any merchants choosing to sail the Ruby Sea would do so at their peril.
Exactly. They guarantee the safety of everyone if you pay, but if you don't pay, then they will attack you. And if they've basically said that no one will pay, then the Confederacy can just as well say, well, then we attack anyone on sight. Interesting political stuff, isn't it?
No wonder they struggle to secure passage to Doma. What captain would risk such a journey given the circumstances?
I am told your friends were not so easily deterred from their course, but I know not whether their persistence bore fruit.
I say we follow in Yugiri and Gosetsu's footsteps and attempt to secure passage to Doma for ourselves. We will need to cross the sea in any case, and we may learn something of their whereabouts in the process. And should we find that they are still in Kugane, we can make the journey together.
In that case, I have some information which may be of use to you. No quid pro quo, I assure you. The chairman was most insistent that I aid you to the best of my ability.
What a trustworthy smile, isn't it? Though I am reluctant to take any action whatsoever that could be construed as placing ourselves in Lord Lolorito's debt, we must avail ourselves of what means are available. Our Alamegan allies place their faith in us, and I do not intend to disappoint them. In this case, it is not bad to take the Black Mage stuff, because we might need that later before we can afford in Poetics. It would seem inefficient for us all to venture out together in search of information on Yugiri and Gosetsu's whereabouts. Agreed? Agreed. We need to cast our net wider, split up and pursue all available avenues of inquiry, but if we're to coordinate our efforts effectively, we'll need to establish a working base of operations here. Indeed, Tataru would seem best suited to the task of organizing our supplies and procuring new ones. While she attends to that, we four can begin our search by questioning the individuals Hancock identified. Alice and I will take those in the southern districts of the city, and the two of you can take those in the north. In anticipation of just such an eventuality, I took the liberty of preparing some few sketches of Yukiri and Gosetsu during our voyage. Those are some great, portraits. I feel like Gosetsu looks significantly rougher than he is in reality. Wow, Yashtola warned me that you were a bit of an artist, but these are great. They'll definitely come in handy. Looks like it's you and me, Kaitsu. Let's step outside and talk about where to start. Wow, Alphinaud's sketches are so... I don't know how to put it, but they're very... Well, see for yourself. I did. You may view Alphinaud's sketch at any time during this quest by using the relevant item in the key items menu. Don't know why we would do that, but let's do that now. Wow, in case anyone's curious, that's how they look. It looks more like them than they do. Honestly, he could make a living doing this. Sorry. No time for distractions. Why don't we start by visiting Karako at the onsen? That was it. All the way over there, and I don't think we can, Let's, grab all of the ether shards while we're at it. So we go here and go to the pier number 1. I guess? Will this door open? Yes, great. As I mentioned earlier, it is a really good idea to have all of the ether shards in a city, because it helps you with using both traveling around that particular city, but also it helps you to access the things that connect to the city more easily. If you ever do a lot of Eureka, which is level 70 optional content, you will find pier number 1 very helpful, since this is the NPC you will need, Rodney. Let's go there. I feel like we were missing... Oh, we're just missing 2. And they're on the way where we're going now. Let's see the stairs over there. Excellent. I do recall that this particular area has some awkward to deal with, halls, you could say, corridors and such, where you can be a little bit of a problem if you waste your time going down the wrong one. Like, for instance, if we had gone down this pathway, then we would have to go all the way back, because there's no way up here from there. And here we are. You have attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in Kugane. The airship landing is now accessible as an Ethernet destination. Airship landing? What? The what now? Oh, right. I don't know why we would care about that, but the airship landing is what you use to access the Stormblood Alliance raids, I believe. Come one, come all. Burns, cuts, embarrassing rashes, there's naught that the mystical waters of the Bokaisen hot springs cannot heal. Oh, what is that in your hand? It's candy. You seek this order and this Regaden, do you? 1,000 apologies, but I cannot help you. It is against our policy to divulge information regarding patrons past or present.
Please, we came all the way from Eorzea to find our friends.
We have our reputation to consider, miss. And also, that's exactly what an Imperial spy would have said. Men and women from all walks of life come here in search of rejuvenation, body and soul. They seek privacy and discretion, and we have ever honored their wishes. Only the Sekisei Gumi may demand otherwise. I'm sorry, but there's naught I can do.
I suppose we'll just have to ask someone else then. What about that woman who runs the hostelry? Kotokase, was it?
But that is significant to keep in mind that a likely story lease that we came all the way from Eorzea to find our quote-unquote quote-unquote friends. It's very easy to claim. It's not like first of all, it's not like we can prove it, and even if we could prove it, we can't prove it to him because he wouldn't be able to recognize the proof.
Welcome, traveler. Can I interest you in some rice wine? Exceptional quality, delivered but the other day.
You can interest me in finding me these two people. That's what you can.
Ah, an Ori shinobi and a Regaden samurai. If I may, I would answer your question with some few of mine own. If I speak of that which you know, Ijin, be not offended. If I speak of that which you know, Ijin, be not offended, you are familiar with the situation that lands across the Ruby Sea, the doomed rebellion, after 2.5 decades of quiet. I see, and you are familiar with the ways of Hingaji, how we elect to stand apart and support no cause but our own? Indifferent and callous, some may call us, but pragmatism is essential if a humble island nation such as ours is to survive. But we are not fools. Complete isolation is impractical, and so Kugane is open to Ijin, and we are equally hospitable to all. Or, if I must speak more plainly, yes, I can help you, but if I do, I must also oblige the ones who ask after you. Are you willing to accept this fair and equitable treatment? If anyone comes looking for us, tell them whatever you like. Tell the Imperials exactly where to find us. Go ahead. As you wish. The two individuals of whom you speak did indeed come here. They sought passage across the Ruby Sea. Few ships are willing to make the trip at the moment. Nevertheless, I made several introductions on their behalf. That was the extent of our interaction. I will provide you with the names of the captains if you like. I happen to have the list in my back pocket at all times in case of this exact situation, as you may understand. Weirdly. You've been a great help, Mistress Kotokase. I'll be sure to come back for that wine sometime. We would welcome your custom, miss. We should question these captains as soon as we can. You take the first 3, I'll take the rest, and we'll meet here when we've finished, alright? Good luck.
They're all down there. distant from any particular ether shards, we'll have to take the bridge up here. I wonder how long there is until we fight something again. I suppose the closest is that there's going to be a few fights just leading up to the trial at level 63. But other than that, this is going to be a lot of talking. I do recall a previous stream where I think we did the main quest for like 2 or 3 hours before we fought a single thing. I hardly remembered how to do my rotation by that point. Oh yeah, attacking is part of the game. You ask me if I've seen this oily woman and this Regadan samurai. The woman is unknown to me, but the man is not. He was for Doma, but I could not help him. We travel solely between here and Ratsatan. It would be an unreasonable detour. Alright. Ratsatan, you say? Maybe that'll be helpful in later. It won't. Yes, a Regadan gentleman did approach me. He wanted to charter a ship to take him across the Ruby Sea, the mad devil. I sent him away, like all the others before him. The woman? Nay, I know her not. Yeah, that sounds about right. She's basically just hiding away. Letting Gozetsu do the talking. I suppose the last one... Where would they be? Where could they be? Up? Maybe? Guessing that it'll show like an arrow down. Yep. But there is a way to get further out here, so maybe it's not incorrect. There we go. Perfect.
Passengers, no, we no longer offer that service. Too much trouble. Now, we only transport goods. I told this to the samurai and sent him on his way. The woman? Pah, if it is women you seek, the pleasure houses have plenty.
Rude. But okay then. This man be like, you seek a specific female acquaintance? Can't help you, but if you need any in general, I know the perfect place. Very awkward. Leslie's. How did it... Oh, never mind. Judging from the look on your face, you didn't have much better luck than I did. Oh look, we got a picture. Put it here. We don't have anywhere to place it for now. Is this an upgrade? No, it is not. Because we got this. Interesting. Well, I suppose we might as well head back to... Wait, I've just remembered. There was someone on my list I forgot to visit. Kyoto. He's a Namatsu fisherman, whatever that means, and a regular here. Maybe we'll find him if we look around. And this is when we get introduced to Namatsus. If I remember correctly, Kyoto is like a swindler kind of Namatsu that reappears in the story multiple times.
What? What? Why do you stare? You have business with me?
By the 12, a talking fish! A talking fish wearing an apron, Lise.
Yes, yes, a talking fish. How very observant of you, Ijin. You find me in good spirits, so your rudeness I will ignore this once, but only if you address me again in the proper manner. Sorry, I've never met a... Let's talk again. You're a Kyoto, right? My name is Lise, and this is Caetsu. We're looking for some friends of ours. They look like this. Oh. I see. Both these ones I know well. I helped them secure passage across the Ruby Sea. Really? That's wonderful. Could you do the same for us? Yes, this would not be a problem. For you, I could charter a ship this very day. But the journey is fraught with much peril. The fare will not be cheap. Are you sure you can afford to pay? I didn't think to bring any money, but surely Tataru will let us take whatever we need from the science coffers, right? Maybe you should ask Tataru before you do that. We wouldn't be the only passengers, though. Could we take a moment to talk it over with our friends? Yes, but hurry. Your ship must depart under cover of darkness. We shall meet again at sunset on the Tazogare Bridge. Do not forget your fare. Bring many gil, yes? Much money. It's about time our luck changed. Alphino and the others will be thrilled. It's a very nice song in Kugane. Greetings, honored madam. Will you be entering the Ruby Bazaar offices? Yes, and also don't call me ma'am. We spoke with a number of merchants and captains at the southern piers. Several recognized Caetsu and confirmed that he had been searching for a vessel to deliver him to Othard. None, however, made any mention of Lady Yukiri. Yes, it was the same story for us, and then you'll never believe what happened. We found a talking fish! So this Kyoto claims to have aided both Caetsu and Yukiri? How fortuitous! Not the word I would have chosen, Master Alphino. Stupid's what I'd call it. How can you agree to his price without making any attempt to haggle, or even confirming what it was in the first place? Yes, that too was a misstep on their part, but it is not what troubles me most. Kyoto and his brethren are not renowned for their generosity of spirit. Rather, they are disdained as scheming moneylenders, ever eager to turn a profit from others' misfortune. Everyone else we questioned stated that Caetsu was alone. Only Kyoto claims to have met both him and Yukiri. I suppose it's just possible that Caetsu made inquiries by himself, and only called upon Yukiri once he had found a willing captain. But it is equally possible, if not more likely, that you're being deceived. Do not forget that there are parties present in Kugane with agendas which may run contrary to your own. The Viceroy was once a spy herself, as I recall. I should be surprised if she did not have countless agents here in her employ, all eager to prove themselves to their new master. And what better way to do so than by delivering her the heads of foreign insurgents? Fine, you may be right about him, but if Kyoto's working for the Empire, who's to say he didn't try the same trick on Yukiri and Caetsu? I mean, if he did, he might know where they are, and if he succeeded, they might be in trouble. Anyway, if he holds up his end of the bargain, we'll have nothing to worry about, will we? But if he tries to betray us, I vote we take him prisoner and punch him till he tells us the truth. That's an interesting perspective, Lise. So if it's a trap, we'll spring it and deal with the consequences.
I like the way you think. I know, Alice, it almost sounds like... Let me think exactly what you suggested when we did the dungeon earlier. We're in a trap. How about we go deeper and just deal with the consequences? Very well, we should prepare for the worst. Tataru will remain here, and I shall follow the three of you at a discreet distance. Once more, I must caution you to avoid physical altercations at all costs. Even should Imperial agents attempt to engage you, the Sekisei Gumi will not hesitate to clap you in irons, or cut you down. If anything untoward should happen, you are to return here at once. Is that clear? To review, Lise, Caetsu, and I will meet with Gyodo as planned. Alphino will keep watch from a distance, ready to provide support in the likely event that Gyodo attempts to betray us to the Imperials or whomever else. Should that happen, you and Lise will subdue him, and together we will make our escape. Subdue? We need two people to subdue the fishman? I mean, I think Lise is probably better equipped to do that, but I don't think we need me as well. As our actions will surely draw the attention of the Sekisei Gumi, we will evade them with Alphino's assistance and return here with our prisoner. Does that meet everyone's approval? Of course, these precautions will be for naught if Gyodo does not play us for fools, but we shall see. To the bridge! To the bridge, indeed. I don't know which way is faster, so we go this one. I think it might be equal or so. Oh, a solo duty. In that case, I will be right back, and then we will do that. Alright, I'm back. Let's see about this solo duty then. Oh, Alice, do you think Gyodo will trick us? Is there a chance that he might trick us?
Our would-be ally is nowhere to be seen. Make ready, Caetsu. Something smells fishy.
He's late.
Endless and most sincere apologies to you and yours, yes, yes. This way, quickly now.
Okay, sounds significantly more insane than I had imagined.
Enough! Where are you taking us? Where is the ship?
The ship. So very sorry to inform you, yes, yes. Long before was it pledged to another. To me. These ones are for Doma.
I knew it couldn't be this simple.
Nothing personal, yes, yes. Just business.
Then business is about to take a turn for the worse.
Ah!
Come on, let's find a way out of here.
Don't fight anything, Hancock says. Draws weapons immediately. Oops. Don't mind me. Ah, yes, the old Tenkagoken, which was Konewi. That is not the case anymore. Consider this. We have come so far from Stormblood that even in the Stormblood storyline we're seeing attacks being used that no longer exist in the form that they were originally. Like, you might see things such as... oh, is there voice acting here? Probably, yes. Nope. As expected, the Sekisei Gumi have caught our scent. Since fighting them is out of the question, we'll have to wind our way back to the Ruby Bazaar, evading their patrols as we go. If they find you, use these smoke bombs to make your escape. Oh no, a stealth mission. Use the smoke bombs to evade the patrols. Be warned that attacking the Sekisei Gumi will result in failure. But I'm level 74. I'm powerful enough to take some Sekisei Gumi. Yes, duty actions. Oh, we don't even have a keybind for what? Poof.
They're very close, the Segumi say, as we're literally trailing behind them. Wait, where's our destination? Tazugare Bridge? Oh, up there. We just need to find a way up there. I think the strategy is just do this. And just do the speed run. Because I know exactly where we're going. You need to get up on the bridge. Huh? It says Tazugare Bridge. That's here. What? Head for the Ruby Bazaar. Okay, so we have to go over there even though... Oh, that's because that's what the quest said. I'm reading the wrong thing. Now I get it. So then we just go speed run. Dun 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 dun. Let's see. I don't think it really matters that much. We kind of have to do this and this and just run through him. I think we have enough smoke bombs to just brute force this. Don't care. Huh? Oh, Curious Kojin says, come with me. I will guide you to your friends. There we are.
Stay hidden and quiet. Understood?
Clear the road! Clear the road! You there, Kojin. We seek 4 foreigners. One, a brutish woman carrying an unconscious Namazu. Have you seen them?
For foreigners, you say? Ah, yes! Very rude they were, making no apology as they barged past. They went that way, I think.
Many thanks, good sir. With me, they cannot have gone far.
All is well. The Sekisei Gumi will not return this way for some time, I should think. You are of the East Aldenard Trading Company, yes? Come with me. I know a safer way.
You are returned. And with guests, I see.
Our meeting went about as well as expected. We've brought the Namazu who thought to betray us. When he wakes up, we'll see what he knows about Yugiri and Gazetsu.
Well done, you. When I saw the Sekisegumi out in force, I did begin to worry, but I see my fears were misplaced.
Actually, if it weren't for Soroban, we might not have gotten away.
'Twas my pleasure.
Yet I must ask, Soroban, why would you deceive the Sekisegumi to help us, foreigners of whom you know naught?
Why, out of the kindness of my heart, is what I would like to say, but my motives are not so pure. I chanced to witness your meeting with Hancock at the tavern and saw an opportunity.
An opportunity?
Like many, I came to Kugane as a trader to make my fortune. Kojin of the Red may serve the Empire as mercenaries, but Kojin of the Blue walk a different path. Regretfully, most here would rather not meet our gaze, much less do business. So I seek the custom of those less predisposed to dismiss us outright, namely the East Aldenard Trading Company.
Quid pro quo, is it? Well, there is no denying that we owe you a debt. What say you, Hancock? Will you consider doing business with our entrepreneurial friend here?
Rest assured, Master Soroban, that in matters of trade, the company does not discriminate. We would be honored to hear your proposal.
I promise you will not regret this, good sir. Ah, yes. You sought passage across the Ruby Sea, did you not? I have a ship you can use.
You do? Well then, far be it from us to refuse. You have our deepest thanks.
And you mine.
How convenient. Soroban, our great friend, who will stay our great friend for a long time to come. And Soroban is just awesome. I'm still annoyed he tried to deceive us, but at least we were prepared for it. Even so, next time we should probably try to avoid running around Kugane in the middle of the night with half the city guards snapping at our heels. I mean, we got away from them now. That doesn't help us much next time, does it? Like, as soon as we leave this room, wouldn't, hypothetically, if we think about it for a moment, wouldn't the Sekisegumi still be after us? This isn't like GTA, where you just hide until the stars disappear. Surely, they would still be looking for us. Logically, anyway. But this is fantasy. Right then, Gyodo should be coming round soon. I think it's time we had a little chat, don't you? Just a moment. I was hoping this was going to be a voice-acted scene, but it was not. There's a shocking amount of voice-acted scenes in Stormblood already. Rise and shine, little fishy. I know you can hear me, so stop pretending to be asleep or I'll give you another ride on my boot. No! No more boots. All my secrets are yours for the asking. Tell us what you know about Yugiri and Gosetsu. Every last detail. And if I find out later that you lied to me... Boot? No more lies. The clear, unvarnished truth. You have my word. Only the samurai did I meet. Yes, only him. He asked after a ship, so I provided an introduction to the galleons. You mean you let him into a trap, as you did us, because you're an Imperial spy? No, I am no spy. It was just business. Fewer ships pass through Kugane these days, and we have struggled to make ends meet.
So when the Guardians offered a bounty for any dormants found in Kugane... Oh, my mistake. You're not a spy, but a common cutthroat. Not that I'm surprised. You need half a brain to be a spy. So what happened to the samurai? Such a cruel, vicious tongue you have. He would not go quietly, no. Blades were drawn, men were cut down, and the Sekisei Gumi came. They took the samurai away. Hold on a minute. Hold on a moment. You mean to tell me the Ijin they arrested the other day was Gosetsu? Oh, had I but known. If he is in the custody of the Sekisei Gumi, I need only see to it that the requisite funds find their way into the right official's hands, and your friend will walk free. As it is in Uldar, so it is in Kugane, but given the circumstances, it seems we have no choice but to resort to morally questionable means. We'll make a pragmatist of you yet, Master Alphino. You are free to wait here while I speak with the relevant official, but if you would rather wait for Gosetsu outside the barracks, we can go together. I wouldn't put it past the Imperials to try something again, so mayhap it would be best if Lise, Kaitsu, and I joined you. Alright, but what about Kyoto? I will keep an eye on him for the time being. We can release him after you return with Gosetsu. He will doubtless have some choice words to say to the little fellow. Soroban, mayhap it would be prudent to prepare your ship for our immediate departure. As you wish. Everything is in order? Then let us be off. The Sekisei Gumi barracks are to the north. Dun dun dun. Is this the part of the story where we find out that Gosetsu's sword katana has been lost, and then Alphino pays an exorbitant amount to repurchase it? I must ask that you wait here. You may be assured that this will not take long. Is it really going to be as simple as he says, do you think? I don't know, let me try and wait some more. He said it wouldn't take long, right? Because this feels a bit long to me. We've been here for like 20 seconds, Lise. Calm down, Lise. Everything is going to be alright. Much as I hate to admit it, I share Hancock's dim view of government officials and their supposed incorruptibility. From what I've gleaned of the Far East, they're probably exchanging lengthy pleasantries. There seems to be a correct way to do everything here, bribery being no exception. I say we leave them to it, right, Kaitsu? Indeed. Right, everything's fine. Probably. I mean, it couldn't be as bad as the last time we stood around waiting for something to happen. Are you sure?
How about you?
Was that? That was Gosetsu. I'm sure of it. He's in trouble. Lise, wait!
I suppose we should follow her then.
Victory to the samurai!
And many is that now? 10 in a row?
Caetsu!
Oh! This is a surprise! What in blue blazes are you three doing here?
I could ask you the same thing. We've been looking all over for you, and then I suddenly heard you screaming.
It would seem there has been a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain.
And then he explained.
So, in summary, you started a brawl with some off-duty Imperial soldiers and were subsequently arrested by the Sekisugumi, whom you somehow befriended and convinced to set you free if you could defeat a given number of them in single combat.
10 bouts for my freedom, aye. 'Tis but a pity you came too late to witness the last one. And with that, I'm free to go, yes?
Our word once given may not be broken, but we pray you make every effort to avoid future altercations. Circumstances notwithstanding, my lord, we are honored and grateful to have witnessed firsthand the skill of a Doma samurai.
Ah, and we had just concluded negotiations. I gather my assistance was not required.
Oh, that is the mage one, yes. Exactly. Good. There we go.
I must apologize that you endured such trials and tribulations in search of me.
There's no need for that. You had no way of knowing we would come looking for you. We were after a ship to take you to Doma, yes? It just so happens we have found a willing captain.
Truly, what fortune!
We will tell you about it back at the company offices. Alfino and Tatara are waiting for us there. With a certain fish. Oh, that is exactly the same thing he said last time. Caetsu, thank the 12 you're unharmed.
As you can see, Master Alfino, I'm the very picture of health. You, vile fiend, malevolent trickster, how kind the Kami are to grant me vengeance so soon. But first, I demand you return the coin you so villainously embezzled from me.
You have every right to be angry, good sir. Gladly would I return to you your coin, had I not been forced to repay certain gambling debts beforehand. Setting that matter aside for the moment, where's Lady Yugiri? Was she not traveling with you?
For a time, aye, but we parted ways some while ago, the better to improve our chances of finding Lord Hien.
Lord Hien?
Forgive me, I have yet to explain. Lord Hien is the heir to Doma's throne, and our master. His was a passionate voice for the cause of Doma liberation, and when we learned of the Emperor's death, it only grew louder.
So you seized upon the opportunity and rose up to reclaim your freedom, only for your hopes to be dashed when Xenos led his army onto your lands.
The Crown Prince was a merciless foe. Against him and the might of the 12th, we had no chance. Once Lord Hien understood this, he bade Yugiri take to the sea with as many of our people as possible. He, however, would stand and fight, that they might have more time to escape. I remained by his side as well, and together we carried on our doomed war. And then, one day, in a fierce battle, we were separated. I knew not what became of him, only that he was beyond the Empire's reach, and that to find him, I would need Yugiri's aid. The situation grows more perilous by the day, for the new viceroy, Yotsuyu, is a black-hearted villainess who delights in the torment of our people. There is naught she would not do to further her pursuit of Lord Hien.
Thank you. Cut the music. Thank you. I believe that makes matters a good deal clearer. It should please you to learn that we are come to aid the Dormant Liberation Front in resuming their efforts to overthrow their imperial oppressors.
Then allow me to join you. My inquiries here bore no fruit, hence my desire to return to Othard. Once there, I can lead you to our headquarters in Yanxia, where we shall all be reunited with Yugiri.
Mayhap not all. Alphino's talents would seem better applied here in Kugane, working closely with Tatara and Hancock to feed us intelligence. There's a Guardian embassy just down the road, after all. While I appreciate the vote of confidence, I should be glad to accompany you all. As a soldier in the field, so to speak? Come now, brother. A competent commander assigns his soldiers the tasks best suited to them, as you of all people should know, and you are so very good at espionage and intrigue. For we all must serve each in our own way. Very well, it would seem my place is here. Soroban is waiting at the pier. Have fun, you lot. Not you, Alphino. You will not have fun here. We're supposed to look after Gildo, you see. Hey Pokeshack, hope you're doing well. You said today I can't stay too much time. Right now, maybe later I can come here, only to say good night. Remember the Aetherite. I am Gusil, and happy holidays. Happy holidays to you, Pokeshack. Thank you for checking in. I imagine that you and others that normally check in on the stream are busy with the holiday stuff, so that is totally understandable, but for those that do have time and were looking forward to a stream, I would make sure to have one. And of course, there's always the opportunity to watch the VOD later, when you have better time. Thank you for the reminders. I have actually remembered the Aetherites. It's almost like you're here when you're not even here. Now watch me forget I am Kisil 5 times in this stream alone.
I have been waiting for you, my friends. All preparations have been completed, and my ship awaits its passengers. Shall we depart without further delay?
After you, my shelled friend.
If you insist. With me, everyone, the Ruby Sea awaits.
I remember the water, how it turned crimson in the morning sun.
You can just see Smol Caetsu light up like fireworks on the screen, even when she...
Sea of rubies, stretching from horizon to horizon. You could almost believe it went on forever. But beyond that red expanse lay a land in turmoil. On the shores of Othard, our Doman brothers struggled in vain.
I feel like that music took a little too long to start, so it like cut off right at the best part of it. Oh well. As I was saying, I was just trying to explain how the cherry pink dye helps Smol Kai light up like fireworks, even when she's like 5 miles away from the screen. You can see where she is. How wide and beautiful she is, the Ruby Sea, filled with promise and adventure and treasures. Many wonderful treasures. So you say. Now, in order to reach the shores of Othard, you will need to cross the resplendent waters you see before you. However, this is easier said than done. You have a boat. To set forth without making the necessary preparations is to invite the Confederacy to claim your vessel, and your life should you resist. But this fate can be avoided by paying the ruby tithe, thereby earning you the blessing of the pirate lords. So, let us go and greet them. Our destination is the isle to the west.
That doesn't look very far to me. Caetsu, why don't we jump in and swim for it? I've had my fill of boats.
An excellent idea. I think you shall find the water to your liking. I will use my ship to deliver those less inclined to the isle. This is an interesting way to showcase that you can now swim, or that it is actually a thing that you can swim, because I don't believe that was the case at all in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward. Maybe it was? Maybe you could swim in like housing districts before that? I'm not entirely sure.
Right, this should be easy, and a good way to loosen up before the next fight, whenever it comes. 20 gil says I beat you there.
20? Well, it appears she beat us there. Ah, there you are. I trust you enjoyed yourselves. Follow me, my friends. The one with whom we must speak is a man named Tansui. Hello, sentry. I fear you have the advantage of me. Most honorable and esteemed Caetsu Chaiji, I am Tansui, a humble mate who serves at the pleasure of the Confederacy's captain. As you are in the company of the Shellback, I presume we have business to discuss. You wish to pay the ruby tithe, yes? With your gil, perhaps? It is just as well. Foreign currencies are in demand these days. I would pay for their passage to Othard. Does this sum meet with your satisfaction? The sea has been quite tempestuous of late. I cannot say with confidence that you would reach your destination safely, unless you tripled it. Do you take me for a fool? I know the price, as do all. Alas, we live in interesting times. As you came from Kugane, I should think I need not tell you that. The shadow of war looms. The wise and the cautious shirk our waters and our custom, and the foolhardy sharpen their knives in anticipation.
Meaning...
Sir, you've got to come quickly. The bastards are at it again. I tried to convince them to stop, but they weren't having it.
Very well, very well. I will be there shortly. A proposition. You comrades strike me as a worthwhile investment. I would not hear men name me a cat before Koban. So I shall consider their tithe paid, not for what they have done, but for what I expect they will do. I'm not sure what to make of that man, but at least the matter of our tithe is settled, for now. What was that he and the other pirate were talking about? Maybe we ought to go and have a look?
I suppose so.
That is long run. Out in the distance, they asked for something to be done. Ow. Oh well, our main quest is level 62 now. So we are only 12 levels ahead now. I wonder if we will stay 12 levels ahead. I think the most interesting part is to see what our main quest level is when we reach level 80. I think that is going to be very interesting. Wait a minute. Aren't we at our destination? What? Oh, there it is.
Gentlemen, I'm told you are most unreceptive to my associate's requests. I realize you do not look kindly on the Confederacy and her ways, but if you refuse to pay the ruby tithe, your safety in these waters cannot be assured.
Spare me your concern, pirate. Your feeble attempts at extortion will not work on us. You remain at large because we allow it. Because you are such insignificant little pests that we see no need to swat you. But if you wish to risk the ire of the Viceroy, by all means, fire upon an Imperial vessel. Give us a reason to bring the full might of the Garlean Empire to bear against your pathetic fleet.
Bastards!
Gentlemen, surely the fact that you have such limitless resources at your disposal gives you all the more reason to spare some few coins for the less fortunate.
All talk, just as I thought. Come, let us away. I have no time for this rubbish.
We're all the same to them, aren't we? Savages to be ruled or slaughtered.
They've always balked at paying the ruby tithe, but they were never so eager to pick a fight. The problem, you see, is that many of my comrades in the Confederacy are of Doman descent, and the acting Viceroy, well, she's none too fond of Domans, to say the least. If we take any action to hinder the safe passage of an Imperial vessel, she'll accuse us of attempting to foment rebellion and brand us enemies of the Empire, which we can ill afford to be. Like the man said, we're all talk.
And where did the Kogin stand in all this?
With the winning side, of course. They're mercenaries to a fault, eager to offer their services without coercion. The Shellback could tell you more, though something tells me he would rather not.
I don't understand. If the Garleans are causing the Confederacy this much trouble, and if so many of you are Doman to begin with, why aren't you willing to fight back?
Spoken like a true friend of the Doman Liberation Front. If you're planning to rouse us with noble words and grand promises, don't bother. We all know what the Imperial Army can do. Compared to them, we're boys with boats. Besides, what ties a man may once have held to his home are forsaken upon joining the Confederacy. We look out for none but our own. Be that as it may, our livelihood is under threat, and the captain will need to decide soon whether we're to go down in a blaze of glory, or bow and scrape for crumbs from the Emperor's table. All while our friend the Viceroy continues her purge of Doma's radical elements. I believe she's holding court in one of the fishing villages even as we speak.
That she-devil! Her perfidy knows no bounds! She must be stopped! Come, let us find Soroban and put us here at once!
Tell the others that these ones have paid. We all have places to be.
I think it's extreme how many times in this particular story arc that someone steps forth to say something only to be told, no, this is not the time. It's an interesting perspective. We did see that ever so slightly in Heavensward, but not very much. Here is like, every time, it's like, no, this is the wrong time. And someone steps forth. Usually it's Lise that steps forth, because she keeps getting presented with people that don't dare to, you know, take on the fight because they know they will lose, and that makes sense. But from her perspective, if you're not even trying, then there's no chance of winning.
What are we waiting for? Come, come, Soroban cannot have gone far. Though, now that I think on it, it is passing strange that he left without warning. Mayhap he did not wish to be seen by his Kogin brethren. I doubt he'd thought to leave us behind, but nevertheless, it may be prudent to return to his ship, or at least to the Confederate encampment.
Being over 10 levels ahead of the enemies is very convenient so that we don't accidentally pull aggro as we travel. You never know. I do wonder how, like, what level we'll be by the time we enter Endwalker. My guess is that we're not going to be level 90. However, it is absolutely a possibility. And that's where we would start to really question whether we should change job, so that all that experience does not go to waste. But I don't know. It's not that important on this particular character. What really matters is that we enjoy what we're doing. Not that we do everything optimally. In fact, that is something I would recommend anyone asking. If your main is level 90 when you reach Endwalker, does that matter? If you like to get the most out of the experience from the MMSQ, it does matter. If you like to play your main, then no. No, it does not matter. Do whatever you like.
Oh, my friends, 1,000 pardons. As you may have guessed, I was reluctant to be seen in your company by my red brothers. Ours is, a complex relationship.
I pray you do not misinterpret their actions as a reflection of our allegiances as a whole. You understand. Kami be praised. Too often are shell-less quick to judge all Kojin for the deeds of one. Right, then. Now that our business with Tansui is concluded, we can traverse the Ruby Sea without fear. Upgrade boots. Excellent. Eventually. I shall return to the ship and prepare for our departure. If you have any remaining business to conduct with the pirate here, I pray you do so now. Ah, that reminds me. Caetsu, would you be so kind as to inform the Confederates of our plans? The more they know of our movements, the less likely we are to be mistaken for another vessel by their comrades. We have to keep watch for the moon icon next to our XP to know when we can update our glamour. So we don't run around in this strange outfit. Oh, you're one of the Aegean from the beach, leaving us already? No need to pay the tithe, like Tansui said. On the other hand, if you were to peruse our wares and find anything to your liking, we should be glad to sell it to you for a fair price. A fair price, you say? After you, just mere moments ago, were asking for triple the price, I'm not entirely sure I would trust that, but now that we're here anyway, let's get repairs done. I suppose you also completely slashed the price entirely and cut it out moments after you demanded triple price for no particular reason. So I guess it's fine. Hey, Soroban. You have spoken with the Confederates up above, then? Excellent. If you are ready to depart, we may do so at any time. All aboard! Then let us be off. I shall deliver you to the fishing village of Isari. Wait, Tansui said that the Viceroy was holding court in one of the fishing villages, did he not? Should Isari chance to be the village in question, we could instantly find ourselves surrounded by Imperial soldiers. I think it's safer to come ashore some distance away. Very well, I know just the place. And where did we land? Yeah, that's just far enough away, I suppose. Hey, Zoroban? Here we are. I am reasonably certain none bore witness to our approach. And with this, I believe I have fulfilled the terms of our agreement.
Aye, that you have. You have my deepest thanks, Soroban. Truly, we are blessed to have befriended such a clever and industrious merchant.
Oh, you are much too kind, good sir. I know not where your path may lead, but I wish you the very best, and hope that we shall meet again.
So we finally arrived in Ozard. All we need to do now is,
liberate Doma. Ah, yes. Draw some circles, question marks, draw the rest of the owl, am I right?
Ah, yes, that. Look, daunting though it is, we do have one thing in our favor, the element of surprise. Unlike in Guabania, the Imperials don't know we're here. Admittedly, that may be our only advantage, considering how few of us there are. Well, I expect the Doman Liberation Front will even up the odds a bit, but before all that, we need to see if this is the fishing village Tansui was talking about.
It may well be. I smell ceruleum on the breeze.
Nikolai says, you don't need a lot when you got the plot machine on your side. Well, we're going to need more than that, according to a Final Fantasy XIV story. We're going to need the power of friendship.
Even accounting for the rebellion, such indiscriminate shows of force seem pointlessly excessive.
If only you knew how commonplace such scenes have become. Are we too late?
Over there, someone's coming.
It is she, sworn enemy of Doma, of my master. The traitor who sold her homeland to the Garleans. Yotsuyu.
The Viceroy herself. And look behind her. Isn't that...
Filth and squalor everywhere I look. How very dull. What I wouldn't do for a drink.
It's not you. For some reason her audio was extremely quiet. I don't know why that is.
Come now. You've no reason to look so afraid. You have lived through a quarter of a century of Garlean rule, remember? 'Tis better to bend with the wind than stand tall and be broken. Therein lies hope. Therein lies freedom. I come before you today seeking affirmation. A heartfelt declaration. You are free to answer me as you see fit, yet even the least among you should know the correct response. Should. A resident of your village, one of your neighbors, mayhap your friend, was detained by the Kojin this morning. They say he was attempting to flee to Kugane, but we both know that simply isn't true, don't we? Have you anything to say? Bit slow, this one. Is there anyone more sensible among you? Have any of you anything to say? To swear?
My lady, I swear to serve the Empire, to do whatever is asked of me, and never disobey.
Well said, that man. Of course, it wouldn't do to simply take you at your word. Kill him. Surely you can do that much. He must be guilty of something or other, or he wouldn't have attempted to flee the Empire.
That is brutal.
I have a family. Kami, forgive me. Kami, forgive me.
Very, very good. I've always had a soft spot for men like you. Next, I want you to shoot those two over there. Too old to work, you understand. A burden on the Empire. We can't have that.
But they're my parents. You can't expect me to...
think the correct response here is we can't. Not now. Obviously, if we could, we would have intervened earlier.
She's right. They would simply take the villagers hostage. We must consider the wider picture. If we act recklessly, we risk alerting the Garleans to our presence here, making it that much harder for us to work with the local rebels. To say nothing of the reprisals ordinary civilians would be made to suffer.
Open your eyes, girl. They are already suffering. Let me go. I am putting an end to this madness. I will approach the village alone and identify myself as a former leader of the rebellion and a known fugitive. They will wish to detain me until they are certain they have learned all I know. Use this time to make your plans.
You saw what those monsters did to the villagers. Who knows what they'll do to you, assuming they don't kill you where you stand?
We live and die at the pleasure of the Kami. My fate is in their hands and no others. If it be of any comfort, I am no stranger to chains.
You can't expect us to stand idly by as a comrade goes marching off to his death. And this is nothing like Kugane.
Nor is it like the Reach, Lise, or the Wall. Let him go. Hold out for as long as you can, but remember, noble sacrifices are to remain an absolute last resort. I wish I could say it won't come to that, but only the gods know how we're going to get you and the others out in one piece. A miracle, perchance.
A great tower stands to the north and east. Look to its occupants for aid and succor. Together, you may yet find your miracle. Now, leave this place. I must go.
Oh. Another idiot like all the rest. I'm beginning to think it may be something fundamental, something intrinsic, something quintessentially Doman to ignore the simple truth. You can't do a damn thing if you're dead.
Enough, Yotsuyu!
Well now, this is a surprise.
Hear me, Yotsuyu! Cease this farce, here and now, and I shall surrender myself to you. Refuse, and all shall answer to my blade.
Bring him to the tavern.
Let's see. Nikolai says, I was just talking about that, the low sound, just as I was bringing it up. It was really weird. Both Gosetsu was talking extremely quietly, and then Yotsuyu was talking, like, so quiet that I was feeling like I needed to amplify the audio or something. And then I announced that it is quiet, and the immediately following sentence that she says, she's actually, like, yelling. So if I had turned up the volume, we would have all had our ears blown off. Lucky. But what a strange situation. Glad to hear that my voice level is fine. Thank you. It's hard to say. It's hard to see sometimes. Like recently when we were doing tombstone farming stream earlier this week, it was a little difficult to tell whether I needed to like lower the volume of the game because Gilgamesh in that particular dungeon or trial kept talking at what felt like the same volume as me. So I kind of had to like wait with talking whenever he announced that whatever it is that he says in the battle on the big bridge, which he had said a lot because we were farming that for like 3 hours. Let us continue. I hate it as much as you, maybe even more. Every fiber of my being was crying out to intervene, but what's done is done. Gazetto's gamble has gifted us the time we need to find a solution. He bade us seek aid at the distant tower, yes? For want of a better idea, I say we do just that, while taking care to avoid the Imperials.
And I guess I'll just have to swim? An interesting thing that I have heard people describe is that both the Heavensward and the Stormblood stories feel a little bit disconnected from the player character, in that it feels very much like you're more like there to experience someone else's story. What I mean by that is that the story of Heavensward stars mainly Alphino experiencing a lot. Technically, you feature predominantly in other ways, like for instance when you have dinner with Sir Emric, that is promptly interrupted. Similarly with Stormblood, Lys and in some capacity Alice appear to be the real main characters of that story. The main significant difference that make people look a little bit down on the Stormblood story is, I think, that the story of Stormblood just feels less fantastical and amazing compared to Heavensward. I'm not sure. Like, the story of Heavensward is about ending a 1,000-year war between the humanoid people of Ishgard and the dragon peoples, and their and their allies, so to speak. Meanwhile, the Stormblood story is focused on both the War of Eorzea versus Garlemald, or the Garleans, and the story of Doma's war with Garlemald, or the Garleans. Which means that it's still, you know, a war that has existed for a while. In fact, the war with the Garleans happens to be the predominant main feature of Final Fantasy XIV's story since A Realm Reborn, so you could argue that Stormblood is a even more relevant story to Final Fantasy XIV than Heavensward was, given that the main interest in going to Ishgard, aside from escaping what happens at the end of A Realm Reborn, the main interest in helping Ishgard is both out of the goodness of the Science of the Seventh Dawn's heart, but also because then the Ishgardians can help with the war against the Garleans. So it's a little funny. The only reason I bring this up is because when people compare expansions and stories, it's not uncommon that specifically Stormblood is highlighted as the quote-unquote worst one. Meanwhile, it's not like it's that different from the other stories. It's just that both Heavensward and Stormblood predominantly feature other characters than the player character in each their own ways. I do recall that it felt very much like Final Fantasy XIV, the Lys expansion, when I did it myself originally, but when you pay close attention to the story, I don't feel like you're any less significant than you were in Heavensward. We seem to have evaded their patrols so far. What is that tower anyway? I've never seen anything like it. According to my map, we are on Onokoro, and the tower is known as Heaven on High. A mysterious structure built long ago by persons unknown. Oh gods, listen to me. I'm starting to sound like Alphino. Next thing you know, I'll be saying things like, as you are doubtless already aware.
Over there, do you see it?
Cut the music.
Doesn't look like it's been dead for long. Whoever did this, they're a good shot. I can't see a single stray arrow. Well, someone's hungry. Wait, that wasn't either of you, was it? Calm down. We have nothing to do with... Wait, what am I doing? They can't possibly understand us. Probably not, no. Time to run, Lise. We save our strength for any that give chase. You too, Kaetsu.
This is awkward to be not a solo duty somehow. Wait, is this the first, like, real combat we really feel for a while? Like, we had a little tiny bit in the solo duty in Kugane, but that was very minimal. Now we actually had some fighting in the open world. Well, there's a random hunt mark. Kuhuo Niao.
Just imagine if they'd taken us by surprise. What a fine ending that would have been to our story. Anyway, I think it's safe to assume that the people at the tower know how to defend themselves. You'd have to, sharing an island with these things. Now, all we need to do is convince them to help us.
That's genius. Are you sure you want to enter heaven on high like that? Oh, we can update, I think. Oh, we need to not be mounted. Perfect.
Oh, there's a settlement over there, settlement here, and they've even got their own aetherite. Wait a minute, I've seen that standard before. It was when we met with Tansui, which means this place belongs to... Oh. It would seem we have found a Confederate settlement, mayhap even their headquarters, judging by the size of the place. So Caetsu bade us seek out the Confederacy for aid and succor, the selfsame Confederacy that refuses to openly oppose the Empire. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose. At the very least, they're unlikely to ask us for the tithe.
Wait. 67 northeast? Is it? Is it on the settlement? Northwest. I think it is in the building. Looking for an ether current. What wind brings you hither of all places? Were you not bound for Othar's shores? I see. I trust you have not forgotten our previous conversation on the subject. No? Then what do you want? A second opinion? Very well. Come with me. I will take you to the captain. Rush show.
Just like that? An audience with their leader? How very accommodating. We must needs choose our words carefully. You leave it to me. I've always been good with people.
No.
And this will also give me a chance to use the Eastern greeting they showed me in Revenant's Toll.
You should probably not lead the negotiations, Lise. I think that's a bad idea. West? Where's this aether current? I feel like I can hear it. It's on... That is an interestingly shaped building, to say the least. Oh, there's an invisible wall there. Greetings. You must be Rasho, leader of the Confederacy, and so on. I realize this is all a bit sudden, but the thing is, we have a little favor to ask. Yeah, that's a great way to start, Lise. Go on, then. Oh, gods. I've probably broken half a dozen rules of Far Eastern etiquette already. Well, I'm sorry about that, but you have to understand that we're in a hurry, so I'm going to stop talking now.
Men who revere manners and tradition can be found the world over. Candor is appreciated. Speak your heart. Gosetsu, a former leader of the rebellion. Aye, I know of him. Why he bade you petition us for aid and succor, however, I know not.
At the risk of repeating myself, to join the Confederacy is to renounce all other ties. We are beholden to none, allied with none. When Doma was invaded by the Empire 25 years ago, we did not rush to her defense. Knowing this, do you honestly expect us to help you drive the Imperial forces out of Izadi? The Gallians have long maintained a presence in this region, and we would be fools to break the peace, fragile as it is. Besides, you are capable warriors, yes? With guile and preparation, you can surely resolve this matter yourselves. It is imperative that our presence here remains secret for as long as possible. For us to openly engage the Imperials at this time would endanger everything we've come here to achieve.
You have told us why you cannot fight, not why we should fight in your stead. If you would speak to me of lives saved, I would speak to you of slaughter. How many will die when all pretense is lost and the Gallians declare war on the Confederacy?
Everyone. Just about.
Hate is a luxury we cannot afford. You are free to come and go as you please, but you will receive no further aid.
Thank you for your hospitality, if you would excuse us. Hey Kaitsu, I know that didn't go well, but I'm not prepared to give up on them yet. Gosetsu told us to come here for a reason. He must have believed we could convince them to help us. We just have to work out how. My thoughts exactly. I'm glad to hear we have the same mind. It is little wonder they refused. We have done naught to persuade them. The real work begins now. We need to learn more about the Confederacy, what their needs and weaknesses are. Once we know that, we will know how to earn their trust. That's the spirit. Oof. I don't know if I was supposed to jump all the way down here and if we're going to waste time because of that, but it'll be fine. Hello, Mr. Minder. Don't mind me checking out your weapons. The arms and armor have been piled up haphazardly. They display no signs of recent use or maintenance. So they don't need weapons? They don't use weapons? Is there anyone on the dock that needs to be talked with? It seems to be the case. Taken an interest in the ship? Ah, good eye. She's not much to look at now, but once upon a time she was a beauty. The Confederacy favors flotillas of...
How do you say that? The Confederacy favors flotillas of smaller ships to capture and board errant vessels. The larger ones, like this Sekibune, only take part in major engagements. Not that we've had any of those recently, what with those Imperial bastards throwing their weight around. If it wasn't for them, well, no use moaning about what you can't change, eh? Am I supposed to just ignore this? This seems weird. Anyway, I'll leave you to it, Bankai. Crates. I love interacting with crates. A number of crates and barrels have been stored here. On close inspection, however, most are empty. A number of... there's 2 crates. It is indeed a number. The number is 2. Nikolai says, can I use my shiny Tangela for anything? Are you playing a Pokemon game? And you got a shiny Tangela. I mean, that's pretty cool. It's green instead of blue, isn't it? Soul Silver. I mean, if you teach it Ancient Power, which it should learn automatically, like by nature, around level 30 something, I think like 33. If it learns Ancient Power, it'll evolve into Tangrowth, which is okay. I believe it has like a surprisingly high defense stat and a surprisingly high attack stat, so if you can get it some attack like Power Whip, then you have a pretty strong grass type. So yes, you can use it for something, but it needs to get Ancient Power. Had a good look around, then we just need to wait for Lise. Sorry to keep you waiting, but I wanted to talk to as many people as I could. It's just as Tansui said, they have no intention of standing up to Yotsuyu. I don't know if you two got a different impression. Under the right circumstances, they might help us. I agree. It's obvious that they are struggling to survive, and that they blame the Imperials for their recent troubles. Even if we do nothing, it is inevitable that they will come into conflict with the Empire sooner or later, and deep down, they all know it. The only thing holding them back at the moment is the belief that they lack the strength to survive the coming war. So we need to prove to them that we're not all talk, that we can be valuable allies in the fight. And what better way to demonstrate our worth than by seeking out people with mundane problems and offering them our expert assistance? Ah yes, the classic. Wouldn't be the first time we've had to earn someone's trust by helping them out with this and that, and, you know, it won't be the last. I'll look around the western end of Onokoro, you two take the east. Good luck! Oh yeah, this is also a reason why people weren't too fond of the Stormblood storyline, that, in Gyurbania we've already had a... Oh yeah, do some optional side quests in the area, I suppose. Kind of quest. And now we have it again. Understandably annoying. Nikolai says that this Tangela does have Ancient Power. Have you leveled it up? I do believe you need to level it up. With Ancient Power for it to evolve. But I might remember incorrectly. I would recommend you look up the way it evolves. I'm pretty sure it's Ancient Power. Although, it might require a national Pokédex or something like that. I don't know.
Ah, it did indeed work. Excellent.
Come take me. What kind of pirate cannot suffer the sway of the ocean? A new recruit from far-flung shores? Listen well, I have a task for you. Go first to Aokumo below and receive of him medicine from men of the earth. Then to Quickscape Pier and the hapless Doman bemoaning his wretched fate. Quickly!
Okay. Come at the behest of Afumi for medicine? My very best is yours for the taking. How pitiful the lot of this Doman unable to stomach the sea. A true confederate could raid a dozen ships while in his cups. Mayhap this one should return whence he came. All the way over there, and then we'll grab the other quests while we're here.
You strike me as a strong and capable individual. I have a job for you, Westerner, if you are courageous as well. On the beach far to the west lies the carcass of a gyuki, feathered with arrows. I would have you go and retrieve those which may still be of use. While you are about it, I should be glad if you were to butcher its tail for meat. Very good meat in gyuki tails, you know. But I did say you would need be a courageous sort, and I meant it. The beast was young. Do not be surprised if an angry mother mourns its child.
Excellent.
You there? Aye, you. Have you seen a bumbling clod of an aura? A new recruit I ordered to patrol the northern edge of Onokoro. He's late in returning. A strange boy he was, quiet and brooding, reluctant to speak unless spoken to first. Better than a fool who never holds his tongue, perhaps. Much as I would enjoy dragging him back by the ear, I cannot. Duty compels me to remain. You, on the other hand, have no such obligations.
Are those two the same? No, they're not. We do it like this. Oh, excellent. A raid fate. Let's not do that. It is impressive when you're in like a very short fight, how incredibly overwhelming the amount of attacks Dragoon has to just put on the pressure at the very beginning of a fight. It's helpful with the very small battles we have while doing like open world quest stuff. It would be a bigger problem if we had to repeatedly fight stuff, because then we would have to sit and do just regular rotation while waiting for cooldowns. Simple fact that we only fight like one thing every 10 minutes means that we always get to use every single cooldown that we have. Right, it seems like the nearest ether current is miles away.
You cast about for the Confederate recruit, but see no one matching his description. Alright. There's multiple of these destinations here, I guess. Cast about for the Confederate recruit, and at last spy a young Ori man lurking behind the rocks to the west. We've found a lurking Ori man. Not to be confused with an Ari man. That's those one-eyed void sent. Who are you? You don't look like a woman of the Confederacy. Forgive me, it was but yesterday we bid farewell to one of our own, and I worried that she might have lost her way. We laid her to rest in a boat and pushed her out till the current claimed it, for the sea is our home, now and ever after. But those sent thither with burdened hearts may drift back to shore, it is said. Out of concern for her comrades, she strove to earn far more than her keep. She hunted rare and deadly game in treacherous waters, and lost her life for it. But my vigil is ended. Her vessel has not returned to Onokoro. She has made peace with this life and placed her faith in us to live on. It's not going to be very active battles on the stream, at least for a while. The next big thing is level 63, and right now our main quest is 62. Whether it's going to change to 63 quite suddenly and then we get a trial is hard to say, but because I can't remember. But yeah, that is how the MSQ goes.
Ugh, why does it shift and shudder still?
A sack full of victuals to help the would-be pirate keep his insides on the inside.
Medicine, give them here. They may look down on me for resorting to such measures, but I would do odd to render the world stable and motionless once more. You're kind, as is Ahumi. You may tell her that I will return to my duties as soon as I am able.
Excellent. Oops.
So what of my recruit? Did you find him napping on the beach or some such?
What? All this time he was standing watch for the funerary vessel? Ah, so rarely does he give voice to his thoughts. I had no idea our comrade's death had affected him so. So quick was I to judge him. It is good that you went in my stead, else I might have misspoken and made a fool of myself. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. Thanks. 700 or so gil. Strangely, you happen to have gil to pay me in.
You've been away for some time, perhaps in search of a young Gyuki corpse?
The shaft fletching and head of this area appears to be relatively undamaged. It reeks of dead Gyuki, though. This meat looks as good as it smells, which is to say, not at all.
I see I did not misjudge you. Thank you for your help. Would that I could have tended to my own kill, but such is life. A pity the meat is not as delicious as it is nutritious. Under normal circumstances, we would not bother hunting Gyuki as game, but as you may have heard, these are not normal circumstances. Arrows too must be reused when possible. A prudent measure become necessary, alas. With every passing day, our future grows more uncertain.
But this day we shall have full bellies, and in that must we take solace. And wayward travelers need not risk the eye of vengeful Yuki by wandering near my neglected kill. A strange sigh passes your lips. Have I said something odd? No matter, thank you again for your aid. Did I go the wrong way up? Am I blind? I am blind. The Doman was raised in the mountains of his homeland. The first time he saw the sea was after he fled his homeland and came to us. He tosses and turns in his sleep, and when he takes to the water, it is not long before he can no longer stand. But he will grow accustomed to this life. He is hardly the first, after all. The captain too was once of Doma, though he cast all aside 25 years ago, when the Imperials took his lands and the lives of his parents and brothers. Perhaps you too will renounce your ties and join us some day. Aye, I mistook you for a recruit before, but I know your tale now. Tansri unfolded all. Think on my offer, Westerner. You may find small joys in the land, but the sea holds salvation. You say your leader lost his family and passed life to the Imperials. Interesting. So you mean to suggest that he has some vested interest in helping us, if only he could? Fascinating. Hello. Another person that wants my help.
You've been busy, haven't you? And now you're here to ask if I need help with anything? Now that you mention it. Lately we've had trouble with ravenous sharks that have been leaping out of the water and making off with our fish. Damnedest thing, I know, but you wouldn't doubt it if you saw it. We've got to call the thieving bastards regularly. So happens I sent 3 of my mates out there before you came along. Still, the more the merrier. If you can kill 2 or so, that ought to be enough. Take a few of those rotting fish as bait. I'll not be needing them. Oh, and maybe see if you can't find the other group. They've been away longer than I like.
Sure. Oh, I need to take the fish. I'm guessing that we're supposed to find like that, like purple sparkly areas to put the rotting fish. It's not just anywhere. It never is. For some reason, putting rotting fish on the beach will bait sharks. The pungent smell of this fish should draw any nearby sharks out of hiding. Ding! Ah yes, a flying shark. Now where would the other spawn spot be then? A pretty big area. There it is. Is that a significantly smaller one? Or is it just the perspective? Alright, and then we need to find his friends.
There we are. Wait, where's the rest of your friends? He said 3, didn't he? Oh, Kami be praised. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. My partners and I got separated when we fled. You haven't seen them, have you? Nope. Damn. Before the Kojin started chasing us, their leader asked us if we were Doman. They're Yatsu's catchers, I know it. First Isari and now this. I've got to tell Rasho and the others. Exactly. Isn't that interesting? The Confederacy chooses to do nothing and just remain neutral because as long as they don't do anything, the Imperials won't hurt them. Suddenly, the Imperials change their minds and go, actually, we'll just kill all Domans, and the Confederacy happens to house a lot of Domans. So any Doman in the Confederacy will be killed on sight. Suddenly, it's no longer feasible to just ignore the problem and hope that it will eventually fade. Peace is no longer an option. How convenient. Well, I say it like it's I'm trying to criticize it, but you know how it works. A story needs to go forward, so if this is the best way to make it go forward, this is good storytelling, rather than just letting it grind to a halt, or come up with some dumb reason. Oh, there you are, Caetsu. I heard you went shark hunting. We too did our fair share of beast culling, though I think Lise made a stronger impression when she bested a drunken pirate in a sparring match. Fastest knockout to date, I'm told. I should like to think we have proven ourselves to be rather... Why do I get the feeling you have something important to tell me? Kojin mercenaries rounding up Doman Confederates. Surely Yotsu has crossed the line now. We must go and speak with Rasho immediately. Even he cannot deny this changes everything. At least, I should like to think that he cannot.
Our most compassionate acquaintances return. For your deeds we owe you many thanks. But something tells me our thanks are not sufficient. The strange thing is, I was certain you understood our position. And yet here you are with that same look in your eyes, and those same words upon your lips, I'll wager.
I speak only the truth. The Confederacy will not be spared Yotsu's wrath. You have always known this, that one day you would have no choice but to stand up to the Empire. I say to you that day is today, and come once more to ask that you join us in the fight.
How convenient that recent events should lend such credence to your claims. Tell me, do death and destruction always follow in your wake?
They had no part in it, Tansui. You know this. We all know this. They came and took our Doman brothers. They will torture them for her sport. Murder them for her satisfaction. So we attack and get butchered for our trouble, or do naught and let them have their pound of flesh. If this be our choice, I say we suffer the ignominy. We endure. We survive. There is no better path. Until the day our enemy is grown weaker and we stronger, there can be no retribution. We will wait for a sign. Such is the judgment of the Confederacy.
So that's it then. You're just going to abandon them to her. They'd die for you, you know, for the Confederacy. They would die for you, but you wouldn't even think to risk your lives for theirs.
I have one last idea, if you will allow. I'm afraid it's not very good as ideas go. It's exceedingly reckless, in fact, and you may well come to despise me for ever having suggested it. Assuming we survive, that is. The question being, do you trust me?
Ask me again later. Do you even need to ask? Do the reckless thing.
We can't stand by and let innocent people suffer, here or anywhere else. I'll do whatever it takes.
Then let us roll the dice. If it's a sign you want, we shall give you one. One rousing enough to make you drive every Garlean out of Isari without a second thought. You are wary of invoking the ire of the Imperial forces stationed in Doma, correct? Know then that once we have rescued our comrade and freed Isari, we mean to liberate the nation as a whole. You will doubtless require assurances that we are capable of achieving this, and that is only fair. Accordingly, we shall demonstrate our seriousness by depriving the Garleans of a key ally, the Kojin.
What, the three of you, just like that?
Actually, my esteemed colleague here will attend to it on her own. But the how of it is not your concern, only the outcome. If we succeed, you help us liberate Isari. If we fail, you lose nothing. A simple enough wager, if you have the stones for it.
The little miss does make it hard to refuse, does she not?
Words are air. We will weigh you by your deeds.
Apparently we're also given some food. I think. Yeah, we've got some food. I suppose we're intended to use that for the fight. Under the sea.
So, alone you will deal with the Kojin. If you're set upon this course, I shall give you a word of advice. Two factions have the Kojin. The mercenaries who serve the Empire belong to the Red. Those who belong to the Blue are the traitors. They have made no pact with the Imperials, and so may be willing to aid your cause. Seek the Blue on the Isle of Becco. There you will find a cave. The rest is up to you.
Thank you, Captain. We shall endeavor not to keep you waiting overlong for your sign. Right then, let us head for... Wait, where's Lise? We cannot leave without her. Here's a fun fact. If you have a displacement action like elusive jump, if you jump down a ledge, like a really long ledge, with that you will skip all of the fall and immediately appear at the bottom, and also take no fall damage. However, that tip is completely pointless if you don't want to dismount. Similarly, you cannot die from fall damage if you're not in combat. So. Caetsu, what is it? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to wander off. I just wanted to have a think. You're worried we won't be able to live up to our promises. No, it's not that at all. If anything, I'm frustrated that I didn't think of it first. Ida and my father had a way with words. They knew how to inspire people, how to bring them together. I always hoped I might have something of that in me too, but I'm starting to think I don't. What am I even doing here? Please, you... Gosh, listen to me. I don't know where that came from. Forget I said anything.
We have places to go, Imperials to fight, and friends to save, and we're not going to get any of it done by standing around here moaning, right? Right? Before we first traveled to Giabania, I was in Nimsalomensa, visiting a friend, a young child who had been through a great deal. That's neither here nor there, I suppose. Anyway, on the way back, I passed a patisserie which sold some of the most exquisite-looking tarts I have ever seen. I've always preferred cookies, to be honest, but nevertheless I decided to stop and try one. I'll treat you to one when all of this is over. Kaitsu too. You better. And I won't take no for an answer. Does that ever happen? I can't remember. What about Yustola? We'd never hear the end of it. Alright, Yustola too. Once she's better. Deal? Good. Then let's hurry, shall we? We have a million things to do before then. That is an awkwardly long swim. What's with this zone and just having weirdly random NPCs out in the middle of nowhere like that? Well, we are almost level 75. Oh, there we go! Surprise! Level up from nothing. Just hanging out and exploring and adventuring. I wonder if we'll reach the Asim step by level 80. If we do, then we'll have access to Stardiver, but not the prerequisite to use it. This is also a nice song for the zone. It's very fitting. I think this is the Isle of Peko, though, to be honest, it looks the same to me as however many other islands around here. Russia said there was a cave that would lead us to their village. We should search further inland. Oh, look, a cave! And there's Odyssey.
Is that light I see up ahead? We... appear to be standing inside a giant bubble. By the 12, I think we're on the seabed.
Well, well, I thought I heard familiar voices.
Soroban, what are you doing here?
What a curious question. I live here.
Then this is the home of the Blue Kojin.
Just so. I bid you welcome to Tamamizu.
I could have sworn we were supposed to be standing over there just a moment ago, but I guess it's just difficult with perspective sometimes. How fortunate that we should find a familiar face in this place. We should tell Soroban about our situation. If anyone here can help, it's him. Gear upgrade. Ta-da! Anyway. So tell me, my friends, what strange tides bear you to our home? That is indeed a most dire predicament, but perhaps an opportunity for us to craft yet another profitable arrangement. Very well, I shall introduce you to our leader, Bunshin. It will be up to you, however, to present your case. I suppose his name is actually Bonchin, not Bunshin.
Welcome, guests. Gratitude to you for aiding Soroban in his negotiations.
We thank you for your hospitality, honored elder. Pray forgive me my brevity, but I wish to discuss an urgent matter.
So, you seek to compel our Red Brothers to forego hostilities for a time.
That's right. We know your two clans have your differences, but what with you being brothers and all, we thought you might be able to share some secret knowledge or something?
From far above, you have journeyed here in search of our wisdom. You shall have it. All creation is a tapestry, through which the divine is interwoven. Kami are legion, and they can be found in the great and the small. Though they come and go as they please, they favor certain vessels. The ancient, the precious, the exquisite. We Kojin covet these vessels, these treasures. We go forth and bring them home to keep them safe and bask in their divinity. They bring prosperity and joy to us and our children. Yet, how are we to seek these treasures above if we made enemies of the Garlean Empire, powerful and far-reaching as they are?
Hey Lanak, how are you doing?
Wiser to join with them. So resolved the Red Kojin.
Cautiously and carefully, for the Garleans are blind to the divine, nor will they suffer their subjects to see. So the Red masquerade as mercenaries who seek money and power and never speak of their faith in the presence of their masters. To honor the divine, they deny it. A twisted and misguided path.
Aye, aye. Kami will not abide such foolishness. This they shall learn to their sorrow. While our red brothers live by the sword, we blue Kojin uphold the old ways, engaging in trade and valuing peace. Alas, men distinguish not between our clans, and judgment for the doings of the red falls unjustly upon the blue. Thus do men grow more and more reluctant to deal with us, denying us our treasures. This cannot continue.
On that point, we are in agreement. You are willing to aid our cause, then?
There is a way that the Red may be driven to retreat into their shells. But to share with you this knowledge is to reveal secrets of the divine. Assurances must first be had, trust forged, a bargain struck.
Well said, Elder. In great crises is great profit to be had.
Delight not overmuch in such things, Soroban. Now, tell our guests what must be done.
As you wish.
Well, I've no idea what we've gotten ourselves into, but so far so good, right?
Lennox says you're good. Great to hear. The main quest goes, you know, not like it's fine. We've just gone through a little bit of a fetch quest section. I think this is interesting. It's just that there's very little combat, and I guess sometimes it's more interesting to watch combat happen. I think we're closing in on a point where we actually get to do a trial again. It's not like we're in any hurry. I think we might be able to reach like either level 63 or 64 main quest tonight. Maybe even 65, and if we do that, then we might reach Asim's Step, which means that we'll finally be able to finish our Dragoon quests. Listen well, my friends. We require your assistance with the search for priceless treasure, the Yasakani no Magatama. This jewel, this most sacred of Kojin relics, was in the possession of Hingashi until they decided to present it to the Guardians in a gesture of conciliation. The Red would not abide this, and so they plotted to seize the vessel bearing it to their Imperial Masters. Alas, though they succeeded, in the ensuing chaos the Magatama was lost to the sea. We wish to recover the sacred jewel before our brothers. However, were we to come into conflict with them, it would be problematic. Therefore, we turn to you. So you want us to search the ocean floor for this treasure of yours? I'm not sure how we're supposed to do that without, you know, drowning? Fear not. There's a ritual I can perform to imbue your bodies with a powerful blessing. But first, you must prepare offerings for the sea. I require twisted ruby coral, several fist-sized sea snail shells, and a freshly harvested unkyu carapace. That's quite the shopping list. I will seize the shells, and Lise can look for the coral. Kaitsu, would you go and find an unkyu and relieve it of its carapace? Alright, to work then. What's an unkyu, mate? And Lannox says, I felt that too, not much combat. Still working through Stormblood myself. Oh, I see. How far is your main quest? I think it's very interesting sometimes to like hear about how far people tuning in are. For example, I've noticed as we progress further in the MSQ, it's more common that people like check in only to find that they can't really watch the stream without getting spoiled, unfortunately, but that's sort of how it goes when you're progressing through a chronological story. But I only progress about 6-ish hours a week. And then a little less than that, because sometimes I completely grind to a halt when I'm doing something stream related. Or I'm just taking a long time to get something done for whatever reason. Like for instance when I forget to use an Aetherite, or forget to summon my Chocobo companion despite Pokeshack reminding me an hour ago or two. So if you play a little bit more than that, then you should be very much capable of staying ahead of me. If you are interested in staying ahead of me, of course. You are in Yanxia. Oh, I think Yanxia, isn't that like level 67? Interesting. Apparently it's not a guaranteed drop. Let's keep the Dragonfly dive in case we need to engage another one. Nope, that was it. Should be able to stay ahead, I'm sure. Oh, okay, that's good. Well, it is mostly important if it's something you're like. It's the importance is entirely dependent on your interest in following the stream / following the stream without getting spoiled. But I'm glad to hear that you're able to stay ahead so that you can watch the stream. As long as you like to watch the stream. I can't remember if you've mentioned this before. What job do you play, Lanak? Well, have you the Unkyu carapace? Yes, I do. Perhaps one day we will live in a world in which poor Unkyu need not be slaughtered for Kojin rituals, but today is not that day. How splendid they are. The Kami shall be most pleased, I'm sure. I got it. I got the ruby coral you wanted. And the sea snail shells. They're about the size of my fist, though I realize now you may have meant yours. These shall more than suffice for our purpose. Next, we must make ready to present them to the sea and perform the ritual. Once it has been completed, you will be able to move freely through the depths and find the Yasakani no Magatama. Out of curiosity, how large is this sacred jewel of yours? Unless it's far too large to be carried by the three of us, how are we supposed to even find it? The Ruby Sea is not exactly small. Ha ha ha! Surely you realize we've been searching this whole time. The area we wish to explore is but a small fraction of the Ruby Sea. Already have we scoured most of the seabed near and within our territory. To no avail, all that remains is the region to the west. The Shellless of Suinosato can provide you with better guidance than we. You would do well to visit them first. Shellless? You mean the Kojin aren't the only ones living under the sea? Of course not. The Rain have been here as long as I can remember. Shiuzai, the overseer, I believe, can tell you more when you arrive. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. We have yet to carry out the ritual. Lanak says you play Astrologian and Dark Knight mostly, sometimes Paladin. Well, in that case, I think we've talked about this before, but apparently Yoshi P has, like yesterday or today, openly stated that the rework of Paladin coming January is like a complete overhaul, as in they're not trying to fix the rotation as it is. They're not trying to like adjust the rotation as it is. They're actually going to like potentially break the whole thing down and build it again from the start. Meaning that the only thing we can probably assume is going to happen is that Paladin will probably use the same actions, given that there's no reason to, completely throw out all the animations and attacks that they've already designed. The main thing that I think is going to happen is that they're going to restructure how everything is used. Like, for instance, the animation of Goring Blade can be used for something else, but Goring Blade is right now dot. Doesn't have to be that. But yeah, that means if you like to play Paladin a bit, that you might be in for a surprise in January. Good? Bad? Who knows? If you feel like when you log in and find Paladin to be completely reworked to be very confusing or scary, the good news are that I have, of course, the intention to prioritize figuring out how Paladin works again and making a guide on the subject. So, if you feel like you're completely in the dark, give it a few days. I'll be on it. I just hope that it's fun. I can't imagine that they would, make something bad, but it's very easy to doomsay when you don't know what you're expecting. Are you ready, my friends, to explore a world unlike any you have ever known? Then let us go to western part of the village, where the water twists and turns, and there complete our preparations for the ritual. Yanak says, hopefully it'll be fun and have some depth to it. Yeah, exactly. I think the concern most people have is that the most recent rework we have in memory right now is that they reworked Summoner with the start of Endwalker, and they changed some significant things about Astrologian, and in both cases people felt like the jobs were dumbed down significantly. That's the concern, I believe. That it's going to be that. I think they can do something interesting. Like, we have to keep in mind that the most recent tank they've added to the game is Gunbreaker, and that is a very liked job. They've also reworked Dark Knight in the same stroke as they implemented Gunbreaker, but if you throw enough things at the wall, some things stick, some are less appreciated. I know that a lot of people like Dark Knight. I think the people that mostly are unhappy with how Dark Knight is today are more than likely those that played Dark Knight in Heavensward, especially. Maybe some that played it in Stormblood. It was significantly different back then, you see. He dove into the water a moment ago and said to wait here until he returned.
It is done. Your offerings have been given to the sea. The ritual can begin at last. Come and stand before me, my friends. Yes, yes. Listen to my words, and let all else wash away. Listen to my words, and feel them flow into your heart. At first a trickle, then a flood. O Kami of the fathomless waters of the fallen, the ascended, the flowing, and the becalmed, caretakers of the shallows and of the depths. Receive of us our meager offerings, cleanse these ones of earth and stone, and grant them your blessing, that they might drink deep of the divine. The ritual is complete, my friends. You may now breathe in the depths as you would upon land.
Strange. I don't feel any different. Are you sure it worked?
Reasonably. The blessing does have its limits, of course. While it will allow you to dwell in the depths, it will not help you traverse them.
I can swim well enough. How about you, Alize?
Oh, like a fish. in contrast to my doggy-paddling brother. Somehow, the boy just isn't very buoyant.
Skilled or no, your bodies are ill-suited to the sea. Your cause demands alacrity, and you shall have it. But first, let us take to the water.
Incredible. I could swear I was breathing air.
Now I shall summon for you noble steeds of great strength.
Wow, look at them! I bet they could take us all the way to the deepest depths of the sea.
And so they may. After we've won over the Confederacy, rescued Caetsu, and liberated your respective homelands.
Should you become parted from your steeds, return to me, and I shall call them again. Take care, my friends, and may the Kami speed you on your way.
We'll find that treasure in no time. Come on!
Diving unlocked. Owing to Soroban's blessing, you may now dive into deep water and stay submerged indefinitely. Underwater settlements like Tamamizu and Suinosato can be accessed via circular portals. To leave deep water, you need only swim towards the surface. Conversely, to dive into deep water while swimming on the surface, press Ctrl and Spacebar. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with Soroban in Tamamizu to mount a striped ray. That reminds me that I think I forgot to attune to the Tamamizu ether, right? I did. In that case, we have to go back immediately. I have a feeling we'll only get further away. And Lannox says, Living Dead is so much better than it used to be. That's for certain. That is true. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning that that Dark Knight was significantly different is that these days, for example, the only healing Dark Knight has is Soul Eater that heals them for a bit every 3-step combo, and Abyssal Drain, which heals you per targeted hit once a minute. But you have to choose between using that and Calvin Spit. Back in Stormblood, it worked very differently. So back in Stormblood, you know, we had the TP bar, which meant that AoE attacks especially would actually deplete that, so you can only use AoE for a time. Dark Knight used TP for its physical attacks, but it used MP for magical attacks, and Unleash, you know, the basic AoE attack that Dark Knight had, spent MP to do damage. Abyssal Drain did not have a cooldown, and it also did damage in an AoE, but the thing is that if you used it originally back in Stormblood, and it was more complicated in Heavensward, but it didn't play there, so I can't speak for that, but in Stormblood, what you did as a Dark Knight is that you activated Darkside, which basically what it did was it completely stopped you from getting passive MP regen. So, you know, the 200 you get every 3 seconds while in combat, the 600 you get every 3 seconds while not in combat, completely ceased to function. You could also, I believe, not receive NP from other sources than yourself. I'm not entirely sure on that one. I think mana shift and stuff like that might work, but that's an entire different story. Then you had a spell, or well, an ability called Dark Arts that was only available during Darkside, and also Darkside also just gave you like 20% more damage output, so you never wouldn't want it active. You would want to have it active at all times, naturally. I believe in Heavensward, Darkside itself cost MP per second to have active, so you actually had to like switch into Darkside temporarily as like a burst cooldown. I suppose they removed that factor because it made it feel like Dark Knights didn't do much when they weren't in Darkside, because Dark Arts was locked behind Darkside. The thing Dark Arts did was that you activated it as an ability, and it didn't really have a cooldown. It cost some MP, and then it would empower your next skill, pretty much. For example, if you used Carve and Spit, without Dark Arts, it did pretty mediocre damage. I believe it was like 3 swings of 100 potency, but each swing gave you some MP. If, however, you used it with Dark Arts, it did like 1000 potency damage combined, but didn't recover MP, and then it would consume Dark Arts, so you couldn't use it on something else. It was something ridiculous like that. Your basic attacks like Soul Eater and Siphon Strike instead just did like 140 extra potency of damage, but that was still like pretty good like default spend. It meant that Dark Arts had a floor value of 140 potency, which was decent. Now, the reason why I'm explaining this is because Dark Arts is what enabled Abyssal Drain to heal you. If you used Dark Arts on Abyssal Drain, it did exactly what it does now. Now, you have to keep in mind that Abyssal Drain cost MP itself. Dark Arts also cost MP, so using a Dark Arts Abyssal Drain was extremely expensive. But if you think that, like, the closest you get to the insanity that is Warrior self-sustain in Endwalker with Bloodwetting and Raw Intuition, where they're basically invincible, the closest you'll ever get to that in Stormblood was Dark Knights using Abyssal Drain that way. This was further emphasized by the fact that they had, in addition to Blood Weapon, they had this ability called Blood Price, which for a little while made it so that every time you were attacked, you gained some MP. Now, back in Stormblood, tanks had, tank stances and quote-unquote damage stances. Dark Knight specifically functioned by having a tank stance in Grit, and then simply not tank stance. So you just turned off Grit to switch out of tank stance. Blood Price was only available during tank stance, and Blood Weapon, which we still know today, was only available outside of tank stance. I believe they both had like 35 seconds of cooldown and lasted 10 seconds or so. The significant difference here is that Blood Price just made it so you recovered MP every time you were attacked, so if you're attacked by like 10 things, you gained a lot of MP, which could fuel Dark Arts and Abyssal Drain, or Unleash. And if you were not in tank stance, Blood Weapon would not only give you a very large amount of MP for every attack you managed to fit into it, just like it does today, except it was a significantly strict 5 GCDs now. Back then, Blood Weapon also gave you like 20% shorter GCD during it. Like, imagine Black Mage ley lines just without the restriction that you have to stand in a specific circle. Pretty strong. On a shorter cooldown, and with extra additions like MP recovery on top of it. There was also another thing that you could spend. The Dark Knight also had this attack called Dark Passenger, which was like a frontal cone attack. or line attack, you could say, that did some damage, caused MP, but if you used Dark Arts on it, I believe it didn't increase its damage, but made it so Dark Passenger applied a blind effect. Meaning that spending MP on Dark Arts for Dark Passenger was technically a DPS loss. But that's the thing is that back in the day, you could say, sometimes you would choose a suboptimal in terms of damage output option because it was beneficial in terms of survivability. If you had introduced a mechanic like this today, where you could feasibly spend MP as a Dark Knight on something that didn't do damage but reduced the damage it took, I could imagine that the average player would look at it and say, this is useless. I have to choose between this defensive option or doing damage. That's the thing, really. Like, when you look back on history and think about how tanks used to be played, it was pretty common that people would think, well, if using the tank stance is a DPS loss, why would I use that? I would obviously never use the tank stance if I could get away with it. Which is part of the reason why I think tank stances were slowly or quickly phased out after Stormblood. And effectively, any action a job has that takes away from your damage has to come with some sort of damage compensation, otherwise the player base will view it as useless or pointless. For example, Paladin's Clemency is viewed as a useless skill, at least to some players, because it costs a GCD to cast and it does no damage. You could view White Mage's Lilies. They used to be a DPS loss when Afflatus Misery did less damage than 4 Glares. They actually had to buff Afflatus Misery by like 40% in its damage output for people to see it as worthwhile to use at all. Actually, like, to even bother using it. Well, not entirely. Like, if you needed to use Lilies anyway, then it was cheaper or better than using Cure 2, for instance. But this is a thing that we'll probably see on the reworked Paladin. Clemency will probably not survive. Either Clemency is dead, it is going to get removed, or they're going to change it to have a damaging component attached to it. For example, and this is something I briefly suggested in a previous video I made. I can't remember if it was the video that is your job is good enough, or if it was about how a good job is bad in Savage Raids. Either way, my suggestion was that you could make Clemency functional or viable by making, when you heal successfully with Clemency, it grants you like a potency boost on your next weapon skill, for instance, or your next spell. It didn't really matter. The point is that Clemency needs to have like some sort of kickback, that is a damage gain, for Clemency to be even remotely viable. In the eyes of parsers, as Lilac says, anything which doesn't help a pass is equal to bad to some people. When you're trying to optimize, then anything that takes away from your potential damage is bad. And the more the game turns to focus on this aspect, the more we're going to see this. Jobs being green, blue, and red DPS. Hopefully, Paladin will still be interesting.
This must be Suinosato, the Rhine village Sorban told us about. Right then, let's see if they can't help us find the Kojin's missing jewel.
That's really random. Gunbreaker or Dancer weapon. You may now perform underwater emotes. Oh, okay.
If this is Suinosato, then Shiusai, the overseer, should be around here somewhere. I dare say one of the locals will be able to point us in his direction. Though, now that I look around, I get the distinct impression we are not welcome here. Oh, he was easy to find. So, this is our man? Leave this place and never return. We have no need of wide-eyed wanderers. Sorry, I didn't mean to stare. My name is Lise, and these are my friends, Kaitsu and Alice. We're looking for the overseer of Suinosato, Shiusai. That's you, isn't it? The Kojin of the Blue sent you hither, did they? I am no overseer, nor ever would I claim to be one. I am High Priest of Shisui of the Violet Tides, Shiusai. So you are the man we're looking for. Great! We need your help. We're looking for this jewel called the Yasakani no... Stop. I will hear no more. We will suffer no outside troubles in our sanctuary, especially those of would-be treasure hunters. Quiet, Isobe, or there will be no dango for dinner. I can do naught to aid you. I say to you again, leave this place and never return. At the very least, sir, you might condescend to tell us of your village, and of why you are so loath to show us even the most basic courtesy. Suinosato is our sanctuary. Under the benevolent leadership of the Ruby Princess, sovereign of Shisui, we Rain enjoy humble yet fulfilling lives, but it was not always so. Long ago, our forebears were driven from their ancestral lands. Beneath the waters, they sought refuge from the ravages of war, and here they flourished. All that we are, our culture, our traditions, was born of the sea, as was I. Though we have engaged others in diplomacy, it has ever been with the utmost caution. Their isolation and independence are essential to preserving our way of life. So it was when Doma fell 25 years past. The Ruby Princess, in her wisdom, decreed that we would take no part. As it was, so ever shall it be. Forever and ever apart. Forgive me, I understand now how highly you value your way of life, and how you will suffer none to endanger it. You may be assured that we have no desire to do so, and I would hope that we have given you no cause to assume otherwise. You have not, but this changes nothing. Regardless of your intentions, it is not my place to break with tradition. I must consider the wishes of all who call Suinosato home. For me to defy their will and permit outsiders to remain would be a gross betrayal of my responsibilities. Please do not ask this of me. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, that was unfortunate. And so it continues. Another village, another deaf ear. Clearly, Giabania is not the only place with walls. I'm starting to wonder if this was all a huge mistake. Rosetsu couldn't have known we would take this long. I only hope he's still alive. That's not a weapon upgrade, is it? Nope. Then I don't think we want anything. Just give me the materia, I suppose. Meanwhile, in the tavern of Isari.
I tire of this filthy tavern, and it's still filthier clientele.
This
scant reward for your treachery, aye. A painted woman of your rich experience deserves a better class of customer.
Oh, name-calling. Is that what we've been reduced to?
Orphan of the Nayuri. Widow of Sashihai. What joy it must have brought you to be revenged upon us all.
Not enough. Not nearly enough. My appetite for your agony is as an abyss. Bottomless. Insatiable. Before you die, you will cry and beg and prostrate yourself upon the earth. You will crawl on your belly through the muck and the piss and debase yourself for my amusement. All of you. But you think you are made of sterner stuff? Rather than have him beat you, mayhap I should have my oaf go and fetch your master's head. Oh, poor Lord Kayan. Kami rest his soul. Noble leader of a fallen nation. A fine puppet he made for the Viceroy. For a time. 25 years he was content to serve his masters as a dog. And then everyone had to rise up and get themselves killed. Tell me, how did it feel to fail him that day? To live with the disgrace of his death? Not that you were a stranger to living with disgrace, of course. In the what was it? 25 years since you were humiliated and tossed into an imperial jail? You had plenty of time to get used to it. Oh yes, I heard the stories. About the samurai who would do anything to return to his master's side, even if it meant pledging his blade to his sworn enemy. They say he walked with death. That he slew 1,000 men in the Empire's name. Truly a tale for the poets.
I do not deny my sins, but I will not be reproached by the likes of you.
Oh, I mean not to reproach you, but to praise you. You're a survivor, samurai. Just like me. So, let us not dwell on the past, you and I, and instead give thought to the future. To wit, I would ask you again to help me resolve this vexing matter of Doma's missing heir. Living or dead, it makes no difference, really. But the Garleans are most insistent that we put this problem behind us. And I know you helped him flee. So tell me, what became of Lord Hien?
To my dismay, the details escape me at present. Mayhap your dog could jog my memory.
Get on with it, and mark me, brute. There is no limit to how far you can fall.
Of all the bloody stupid... Ah! When I get back to Eorzea, I'm gonna find that little shite, and I'm gonna make her pay.
Lannox says, she sure is mean. I know, right? And some people like her. Anyway, I'll have to be right back real quick. Alright, I'm back. Thank you, Lanak. We seem to have reached an impasse, and to make matters worse, every solution I can think of will only take more time. I don't suppose you have any ideas, do you, Kaitsu? Let's see. We could try talking Shiusai around. We could ask the villagers if they know anything. Soroban sent us here. Mayhap we should ask him. We find some red Kojin and encourage them to talk. So, we know that if Soroban knew anything, he would have told us. So there's no point in that. Shiusai does not want to talk, so I think the obvious one is to ask the villagers if they know anything. Right. I have no idea what voice to give this person, so we're going with a generic one. Until we know what they look like. You're the ones who came from above, yes? If we could have a moment of your time? Mine apologies. I did not mean to startle you. My name is Ihanami, and this is my wife, Yunagi. We were wondering, have you any news from Doma? If so, we should like very much to hear it. May I ask why? If you must, our daughter fought in the rebellion. We have heard naught from her since. It would be too much to hope that you know of her, but her name is Yukiri. Oh! Funny you should ask that.
Kami be praised. She lives. She lives. We're looking for her too, actually, but I'm sure she's alright. We had no idea she hailed from Shinosato. How did she come to serve Doma as a shinobi? It all began when she was a little girl. She and another child crept out of the village, having grown curious about the outside world. To Doma they went, where they met a young boy, a proud son of Yanxia. His tales of imperial oppression left a lasting impression on her. When she returned, she spoke passionately of the Doman's plight, and urged us to take the boy in, but my wife and I would not hear of it. We thought the matter closed, but she never forgot his words. She became convinced that the Guardians would one day come for us, and it was in search of the strength to defend us that she left, years later, to learn the ways of the shinobi. When the then Ruby Princess learned of this, she forbade Yugiri's return, lest she bring misfortune to us all. We protested the judgment, but there was naught we could do, and so our daughter, who wanted only to keep her people safe. Surely there's something we can do for these people, they who gave her aid and succor when no other would. I am but a humble stonemason, but if it is the Yasakani no Magatama you seek, I may yet be of some assistance to you. The jewel is known to possess an unusual property. To the naked eye it is as jade, but when bathed in a particular light, it shimmers with a divine resplendence. I have mined similar materials before. To find them, one must use these lamps. They cast an invisible light, under which the stones sparkle. In the deepest depths, they are invaluable. You look the most mature in these parts. You hold it, Smol Kai. There is a sunken ship to the east. Though the currents may have spirited away her cargo, you should begin your search there. Thank you so much. We will do just that. I hope you will find that which you seek. I only wish there was something more we could do to assist you. Know that you will be in my prayers. And when next you see our daughter, pray tell her not a day goes by that her parents and her brothers do not think of her. We will, I promise. Let's see. Oh, that's quite a ways away. That's a pretty fitting submarine, I suppose. You know, I've heard people previously mention that this quest feels particularly convenient. Like, you know, a good story needs some luck on the hero, like on the hero's side to like end up where they end up. But sometimes it gets a bit much. But I will say that the convenient things that happened have been spread out. Soroban conveniently were where we needed to meet him. Then Gosetsu were conveniently where we needed to meet him, although we came specifically to find him, so that part was sort of set in stone. Then Soroban was where we needed him to be. And then we happen to have met Yugiri ages ago, which happens to be convenient for some people we meet. But technically, finding this jewel is just a product of these lucky coincidences. The simple fact that we find the jewel is not that lucky when we consider the luck that brought us here. I think that's a little interesting. If this wreck is the self-same vessel of which Soroban spoke, then if the gods are good, the Magatama is nearby. Ready your lamp and keep your eyes open, Caetsu. We're going to need to take this slowly. Move too fast and we risk overlooking something. To find the Yasakani no Makatama, you will need to search the area marked on your map. Use your lamp to pinpoint the precise location of the treasure and claim it. Whoop. Oh, there it is. Yes, Lannox says, how very lucky. It's like a really huge combination of conveniences. But you could argue that we would have never known to come here in the first place if we had never met Yugiri. So us happening to know Yugiri isn't that big of a deal. Like, we wouldn't have had any reason to go to Doma if we had never met Yugiri. And we would have never met Gosetsu without meeting Yugiri first. So it's complicated, but I don't feel like this particular side quest, so to speak, is too much of a stretch. But it does feel extremely convenient. I swear, looking for a needle in a haystack would be quicker. Gosetsu will have died of old age by the time we finish. You haven't found anything, have you, Kaitsu? Actually, I do. At least, you think it's the Yasakani no Makatama. Not that you know for certain what it would look like. This is it, the Yasakani no Makatama, exactly as Soroban described it, did he? It would seem that our fortunes have finally changed for the better. Much as I would like to return and thank Yugiri's parents for their assistance, time is of the essence. I say we make for Tamamisu at once. Hold on to it for now, Kaitsu. Once we arrive, present it to the Elder, and then we can finally learn how to deal with the Red Kojin. It was a good thing that I decided to pick up the Aetherite before moving on, otherwise this would have been a longer trip home. You are returned, and with the Yasakani no Makatama, I trust. Correct. Yes, there's no mistake. Well done. Well done. So, about the Red Kojin, you said there was a way to make them retreat into their shells. Are you ready to tell us now? I did indeed, and yes, I am. For you see, divinity resides not only in the immaterial vessels, but in individuals. In laying claim to this most sacred of treasures, you have demonstrated an affinity with the divine. To treat with men and women such as you is to invite fortune into our homes. Gladly will we aid your cause. All is ready, Soroban. Then give them what they require. This is a ceremonial knife of some sort? Before this blade, that which is sealed shall open, the treasure vault of the Kojin on the Isle of Seki. It is there that our most prized relics, be they of the red or the blue, are kept safe. Fiercely to the red guarded, for its contents are more precious than their lives. Were the vault to be attacked, the response would by necessity be immediate. Kojin would be summoned from realms around to defend their treasures. And were we to sow enough chaos, the Reds in service to the Imperials would have no choice but to answer the call as well. Giving the Confederacy the sign they've been waiting for. Without the Kojin, the Imperials don't have nearly enough troops in Isari to hold off the pirates. However, you must understand that the vault is holy ground. home to 1,000 kami. To intrude upon it without paying the proper respects is a sacrilege we cannot condone.
So, if we were to pay the proper respects, it would be alright? Great! How do we do that again?
Yes, the Yasakani no Makatama is one of three most coveted treasures of the Kojin. The other two lie within the vault. Were you to deliver the jewel unto the others, and thereby make them whole, the kami may forgive your trespass and instead delight in your mischief-making. Have it back, then.
So, if I understand you correctly, you want us to take the sacred jewel coveted by your red brothers and deliver it to their treasure vault.
More or less, the Yasakani no Makatama belongs in the Isle of Seki. So long as it finds its way there, we are satisfied. The Makatama has chosen you to bear it to its brothers. Had it not, you would never have found it, and we would not be having this conversation. I shall inform the Confederacy of your plans, and bid them make ready to act when the time is right. The Isle of Seki lies to the west of Suinosato. Look for a cave beneath the waters. May fortune favor you in this and all other endeavors.
Right then, I'm not normally in the habit of sneaking into heavily guarded treasure vaults, but if this is the only way to convince the Confederacy to act, then so be it. We should be prepared for a fight, the bigger the better, the kind where you'll wish you had 7 of your most We should be prepared for a fight, the bigger the better. The kind where you'll wish you had 7 of your most battle-hardened friends at your side. You don't say. A bit on the nose, don't you think, Alice? I don't know about you two, but I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Me too, let's do this.
My owl isn't ready.
Right. Not left to say then.
To the Isle of Seki.
Right, let's go and find that cave.
Lanak says, does the owl count as part of your group of battle-hardened friends? Totally. Actually, the owl is like the hidden player 9. We just sneak in. It sneaks in so well that it isn't even part of the battle. It's not even part of the party frames. But it's there. It's mere stare. Staring down the boss will make it weak enough for the rest of us to take the victory. Take my word for it.
Assuming this is the right cave, it should lead us straight into the heart of the Isle of Seki. Have you got a plan for once we get to the Isle? How about 2 of us get the guards' attention while the 3rd heads straight for the vault? Afterwards, the other 2 join them there, and together we make a stand. With our numbers, it's not feasible to do anything more complicated, I think. Fine by me. I like simple plans. I'll be one of the decoys then. You read my mind. I also had a mind to ask Kaitsu to be one, given her peerless martial prowess. Then it's settled. You 2 will make your way through the stronghold, creating as much chaos as possible. You know, have some fun. Meanwhile, I will attempt to locate the vault and gain entry with the ceremonial knife. When I'm inside, I will contact you via link pearl. Right, come on, Kaitsu, we've got work to do, she said, looking at Alice.
Strange. Yeah, hidden strats. It's actually a shame that you can't have minions while in dungeons and raids, but I think it would be a little distracting, so I guess I do understand why they don't allow it. That's interesting. This mod has the same spell as the Fleshless Captive in Sirensong Sea. It just doesn't have the lead up where it prevents you from dodging it. Yeah, I think it would be a little bit chaotic if you could have minions while in a raid. Just unnecessary extra confusion. Even though, like, most minions are so small that you can't mistake them for something mechanical. It would just immediately call for the ability to hide minions. And if players get used to hiding minions, then it sort of defeats the purpose of having minions, because you never know if people can even see it. And then we look for these. What chaos we wrought. We killed 6 of these turtle men. What an army. You're a sight for sore eyes. I hope Alice is alright too. Caetsu, please, can you hear me? I found the vault. At northwest, there's a passage leading deeper within. Hurry! Oh, there's an ether current. Convenient. This is the kind of ether current you don't want to miss, because it's going to be really tedious to get back here later. We actually found all of the ether currents quite naturally. We just need the quest-related ones now. There you are. The entrance is straight ahead. Good timing, I might add. It sounds like the whole garrison is headed straight for us.
Thieves! Thieves! Come to steal our most precious treasures? You will pay for this sacrilege!
That's the spirit. Now don't be shy. I'm more than ready for another round.
Seize them!
What in the world?
Who hath made us whole?
Hark! A great kami stirs. Yes, yes, a great kami of the sacred treasures. O great kami, we beseech your intercession. We who have guarded your blade and glass for generations, your faithful Kojin.
It was I who made you whole.
Thou didst freely deliver our jewel unto thine enemy's own treasure vault? How auspicious we do commend thee, daughter of man. Such audacity is deserving of celebration, exaltation, a contest of wills to mark the occasion. Let lines be drawn, let sides be chosen, and for their loyalty we shall stand with the caretakers of our greater part.
Oh, perfect. A contest of wills, just what we need.
Hearken to us, shelled ones. Upon this day your wish shall be granted. Curse neither your fate nor its executor, children of man, for we are of the divine, of both heaven and earth, the ringing silence, the raging calm. All riseth and falleth at the whim of capricious fortune. Assume your marks upon the stage and embrace the coming chaos. We are Susano, and in revelry do we rejoice.
That's a primal standing in front of us, right?
And a horde of angry Kojin at our backs. Oh, this contest is getting worse by the moment. Lise, help me clear a path. Leave them to us and save your strength. You'll be needing it soon enough.
Make way! Make way!
Spoil not your appetite for the feast, children of man. The dish will be served whether you will it or no.
The best primal, Susano. He's just hilarious. That was not part of the plan. A Kojin primal was most definitely not part of the plan. Though I'm sure there's a perfectly logical explanation involving the ether stored in the treasures and the religious fervor with which the Kojin guard them. Or something. A pity Alphino isn't here to provide it. And just when I thought our fortunes had changed, I swear if Soroban and his people knew this might happen, No, somehow I doubt that. Even the Red seemed surprised by what happened. All rises and falls at the whim of capricious fortune, does it? Then the same goes for him. We have to defeat that primal. Please, can you stop dancing for a second? Hello? As before, our numbers limit our options. I wish I could claim to have a brilliant plan, but I don't. All I have is a desperate one. Lise, you and I will do our best to draw the Kojin away from the primal. We'll lead them on a wild dodo chase all over this isle. The rest of the plan, I'm afraid you can guess. I'm sorry, Caetsu, I truly am, but neither of us can even approach Susano, much less hope to defeat him, which means you're on your own. Well, who knows? She does have an awful lot of adventurer friends. Maybe some of them decided to take a fishing trip to the Far East and are surprisingly close by. Yes, and I speak fluent Hinken. Yes, and I speak fluent Hinken. Come on, there's no point putting this off. Whatever do you mean? There are absolutely 7 random strangers in the area that will help, that all happen to be warriors of light. Naturally. Oh, there's a Reaper. Wonder what he's doing here. The pool of tribute is now accessible. Here we go, into the queue. It's 6 minutes. Alex says, I can help if you like. If you're on a European data center, then you're welcome to join. What is your character's name? And are you on Alpha Light? Here we go. Well, if we're doing that, let me just take a moment. Let's see. Oh, it's probably fine. Are you ready to go, Danak? Then we queue. It might still take a little bit. It makes perfectly good sense that the queue would be a little bit slow for a trial, even if it is in the trial roulette, at a time like this, given that we're so close to, you know, Christmas and stuff like that. It makes sense that people would be busy, and we're several hours after the daily reset as well, so I imagine the majority of people that would do their dailies and would happen to land on Susano this way have already finished. Oh, there we go. I'm sure it would have taken significantly longer if it wasn't for your help, Lanak. So thank you for that. Oh, double Dark Knight.
Let the rebels begin!
Oh dear. Our combo is really starting to take shape. We finally have the 5 steps. This is the one that is a knockback, followed by a line AoE, but that's only on extreme, I suppose. I've done this particular trial quite a number of times on extreme. Unsynced, but still. Dark Cloud. Oh.
The seas part, for we alone.
Oh, I suppose this is when the line appears, when he says the seas part. Oh dear. Oops. I'm not used to this phase being so long.
The seas part, for we alone.
Oh, we have to be ready to watch where that person is going. Nope, now we need to be careful with our jumps. We don't want to jump at the wrong time, then you're dead. Or toast. Toasted potato.
The seas part, for we alone. Our heart sing in the chaos.
It's such a good song. So rhythmic.
Wild and pure and forever free.
You got this, Lanak. So here's a fun detail. The other tank that isn't intercepting the blade is actually supposed to intercept the orbs so that they don't go and explode on the raid. But because of power creep, your average player is perfectly capable of killing like this Ameno Murakumo target in time before the orbs become even remotely an issue. It used to be the case that it was pretty significant that you intercepted them. It didn't have to be the tank that intercepted all of them, but the tank was absolutely the best at doing it.
Resilient souls, I salute you.
See, I'll delay my cooldown usage for a few seconds to align everything again. I think it's fine. I know that I'm not the only one with 2-minute cooldowns. Maybe I'm not the only one delaying it intentionally.
Earth and stone at our beck and call.
I didn't see which one. Okay, good. Someone marked it.
I just noticed that my buffs are sort of overlapping pretty hard with the limit break gauge. Oh well. We'll be able to tell when it's time simply by turning yellow. Although we should be using limit break right about now. I think it's just not safe. We'll do it now, because doing it later makes it pointless. There we go. 1 second later and it would have been wasteful. Rise to the occasion. Oh, everyone left. Thank you for helping, Lanak. Meanwhile, off the coast of Othard.
Nary a peep from the shellback, sir. It's enough to make one wonder.
The Red have sounded the alarm. The Isle of Zeki under attack. Fierce fighting in the stronghold. The vault breached by outsiders and strange tales from deep within. All this the Red cannot ignore. Even now, they abandon their posts and flock to the Isle. The Garleans are powerless to stop them.
Lanak says you got your Susano card. That's awesome. Okay. Enjoy. I'll probably still be here for a bit, at the very least for an hour. I hope I'll see you back in a bit. Otherwise, have fun.
I'll be damned they did it. Well, Captain, wagers notwithstanding, I dare say we will not have a better opportunity to drive the Imperials from Asari and rescue our men. On the other hand, naught was put in writing, but if your mind is made up, then that is that. I should add that if you were to change your mind, none would gainsay your decision, nor think you beholden to your past. Nor would anyone begrudge you a spot of revenge into the bargain. Like the little miss said, we knew this day would come.
Isari may be a rotting husk, but at least the tavern keeper never watered down his drinks.
Well said for a temperate man.
Hear me, comrades! We made a bargain with the Eorzeans, and I mean to uphold our end of it. I mean to remind the Garleans that this is our sea, that all here belongs to the Confederacy. All that is theirs is ours for the taking, and take it we shall. We will strip them of everything they hold dear.
This one is iron. My hands will break before he speaks.
Ugh. Kami, give me strength. Are you good at anything? I had hoped this might prove more productive than blind inquiries, but I see you are determined to waste my time. Very well. Line them up. Kill one for every question he refuses to answer.
Hurt them, and you will get naught from me.
You have given me precisely that thus far, so what have I to lose? Mark me, samurai. I will find Lord Hien, be it with your help or with your heads.
Confederate scum! You will pay for that!
Confederacy. They've come to save us!
And this after I took such pains to cow them. Even pirates have their pride, I suppose. Enough to march to their deaths, no less. Oh, the stupidity of it all. It truly is a sickness. I shall just have to lance the boil. Drain them of every last trace of honor and compassion. Every last drop.
My lady, I'm going outside.
The Kami are not finished with you yet.
There's no end to them. They just keep coming.
Then we must be doing something right. We have to hold out for as long as we can. She's counting on us.
Susano is slain! Slain by the Shellless One!
Is it true? Did you defeat him? Well, in that case, how do you fancy helping us keep the Kojin occupied until the Confederacy make their move? Speak of the devils, that's coming from Isari.
I think we've done all we can here. Let's withdraw and make for the village.
Right. Although, they don't seem keen to let us go.
Hear me, Kojin of the Red. We have no quarrel with you, only your Imperial masters. No more blood need be shed this day. I pray you let us go in peace.
You dare speak to us of peace? Your flesh will feed the fishes, thief! Attack!
Now's our chance. Don't worry about her, she can handle herself.
I can't let you take all the glory, can I?
The show-off of the Red Mage quest line, or cutscene, rather. I mean, that's the first time we see Red Mage spells in the main quest. It's a little funny that they do that. You may remember when doing the Realm Reborn story that there's this point when you're fighting with the, what's it called, the fish people in the Lanacea areas, where Thancred suddenly gets really acrobatic. I can't remember if Yugiri is there as well, but a lot of people say that the cutscene is extremely cheesy, or excessively anime, and that happens to be released around the time where the Rogue and Ninja was put into the game, so they were used as like a demonstration of what they wanted to look like. Similarly, we did see Samurai very late in the Heavensward story, right at the end. I don't believe that we saw anything showing off Machinist, Astrologian, or Dark Knight in the very late Realm Reborn, but I suppose they already used that slot to show off Ninja. I think we're safe. I didn't see any Kojin following us. Wait here, I'm going back for Alice. She stayed behind so we could escape. So that you could escape, not me, and that was a mistake. I should have been the one to stay behind, not her. So I've got to go back. If we lose her, I'll never forgive myself. I was the one who dragged you all into this. It was my fight, not yours. I knew that from the start, but I also knew I couldn't do it alone. But I've asked too much and let too much happen to you all. I have to make this right, and I have to do it on my own. That won't work, Lise. So let me go, please. I'm asking you as a friend. I have to help her. You can start by finding me a towel and some bandages. Alice! What? Why are you looking at me like that? I said I was going to distract them, not make a heroic and ultimately futile last stand. Who does that anyway? I mean, every single time that a sign has said that in the past, it has been a problem. For the love of... This is stupid. You're embarrassing yourself. And me. Shut up and let me have this. Right, that wasn't so bad, was it? Now then, we need to hurry back to Isari. I don't see any soldiers. Do you think the Confederacy drove them off? Mount speed on the Ruby Sea has increased. Excellent, I guess. Something definitely happened here. I see several people who look like they might be injured. Let's give them a hand and find out what we missed. Do I need help? Oh, I'll be fine. It's nothing that won't heal. You should go after Lise. Okay. A fisherman that is flustered. Hello. Oh, you're not an Imperial. Is it over? Kami be praised. I was certain she would have us all killed and burn Isari to the ground, or kill us after making us watch, or barricade us in our homes before putting them to the torch. Oh. Well,
Neither of those things are beneath Yatsuyu, so fair.
Thank you, my child. When the fighting started, I tried to run and hide, but fell and could not regain my feet. I thought for sure we would all be slaughtered, but the pirates drove them off. I never thought I would see the day when the Confederacy came to our aid.
I remember you. You're the one who saved me from the Doman catchers. Thanks to you, we managed to rescue the fishermen and my kidnapped comrades, one of whom joined the Confederacy with me long ago. It would have broken my heart to have had to bury him. Oh, and if you're looking for the captain, you'll find him in the tavern.
Excellent.
Back already? What have you learned? At the tavern, you say? In that case, we should find Lise and speak with him together.
My Eorzean friends. Saw the smoke, did you? A pity you did not come sooner, though I gather you were busy elsewhere.
Caetsu! You're alive. You're all alive.
And full of vim and vigor. Did I not tell you I was no stranger to chains?
The fighting cannot have lasted long. Where are all the Imperials?
Fled. They stood their ground for a time, until it became clear that their Korgian reinforcements would not be coming. We took some few casualties, but my deeper regret is having let Yotsuyu slip through my fingers. That bodyguard of hers may be a half-wit, but he's a mean bastard on the battlefield.
In any event, I imagine all involved are satisfied with this outcome. So far as the Empire is concerned, the Confederacy attacked Asari in retaliation for the Viceroy's actions. And without the aid of insurrectionists, I might add. Suffice it to say, we are prepared to be the subject of their undivided attention for the foreseeable future.
Doma shall be free, this we swear.
An impossible claim, yet one spoken with such conviction that I cannot choose but believe it.
Your assistance would be most welcome. Nevertheless, we shall do our utmost to spare you undue danger. We are already in your debt.
Nay, little miss, all debts are paid. For by your deeds, many still live who elsewise would not. Let both parties count their blessings, and may fortune continue to favor us all.
You still seek to bring freedom to our people, then? You will go to Yanxia.
I have faith that our allies yet live. Once we have found them, we will plan our next step.
Yanxia was the crucible of the rebellion. What happened here pales in comparison to what Yotsuyu did there. Remember this. Fear changes men. Have care in whom you place your trust.
And with that, we must take our wounded home. Oh, your shellback friend sends his regards and looks forward to your next meeting. Try not to die before then, eh?
Oh, she just teleported like 5-6 yalms to the side. Fascinating.
You did well, Caetsu. Were it not for the tremendous strength and bravery of you and yours, many innocent souls would have suffered terrible fates. Though I knew the Confederacy would be loath to meet the Imperials in battle, I also knew that if any could win them over, it would be you. Truly, yours is a heroic spirit that inspires men to rise above their circumstances, to strive for something greater. It would be an honor to travel with you again. Now then, let us not squander the Confederacy's gift. Yanxia and my countrymen await. There's a tunnel to the southwest. We need but follow it to reach our destination. With me.
That is suddenly a lot of quests. Oh my, that's a lot of quests. My oh my. I sort of assumed that he meant this way. I didn't even check at first as I started running. Meanwhile, on the shores of Othard.
We cannot rest here for long. This place is not safe. Mayhap nowhere is, if thieves can breach our vaults. Nevertheless, it is our duty to protect these treasures, and we shall not fail for want of effort.
So, this is why you abandoned your posts. And without a word of explanation at that. Rather thoughtless of you, was it not?
Lady Yotsuyu, pray forgive us our absence, but our home was under attack, our vaults plundered by outsiders.
Did you even pause to consider the possibility that it might be a diversion? What is the point of contracting your services if you are not here when they are required? It is my solemn charge to bring these vermin to heel. To torment them, body and soul, until all they hold dear is as bitter ashes in their mouths. And then you go and ruin everything! There's naught to be gained in belaboring the point. All that remains is to administer your punishment.
Wait, my lady!
No, it's no good. There's just no joy in it. No release. There needs to be some investment. They were negligent imbeciles deserving of punishment, but it was hardly personal. 10,000 such Kujin could not satisfy me half so well as a single doman. And what do we have here? One of the vaunted treasures of the Red? The craftsmanship is certainly impressive. Mayhap we can use it to make amends.
How long before Lord Xenos reinstates me, do you reckon? I've got unfinished business back in Eorzea.
Is serving me really so unbearable? At least pretend to enjoy it, you witless lump! If you are so desperate to earn a way back to Eorzea, then be quiet and do as you're told. And bring that sword while you're at it.
I remember the silence, how the talking stopped when we first set foot on the plains of Yanxia. Before us stood yet another wall, and through a great Magitech field we glimpsed Doma Castle. I'll never forget the sight, or the anger I felt that day. Life, liberty, hope, so much lost, so much taken. As we walked through that war-torn land, no one said a word.
Lennox says, I think she has problems. Yeah, Yatsuyu has some problems. I feel like she should separate her private urges from her job. I think that's really her problem.
Yes, this is far enough. Ere we proceed further, I should speak of Yanxia and what became of her, of what lies beyond that great wall at the heart of Doma.
And we should be glad to hear it, but is it wise for us to have this conversation here? On the road? Out in the open?
Once, your caution would be warranted, but no longer. Xenos did not linger after he crushed the rebellion. He appointed Yatsuyu to act in his stead and quit these lands for fresh sport. Me. The acting viceroy was no less merciless than her master. Without warning, her men would march into villages and search for radical elements, killing and torturing any who dared resist, and then, as quickly as they had come, they left. Satisfied that the memory of the purges would keep the people in line, she relaxed her grip on Yanxia. What need for the leash when the dog is broken? The village of Namai lies to the west. Though I doubt that Imperials are present, let us proceed with caution.
Yeah, as was it Rasho or Rosha? I believe it was Rasho said, be careful who you trust. If these people are completely broken with fear, and they might believe that our mere presence there might endanger them. They might stand for further punishment from Yatsuyu. They would hand us out immediately. With the interest of keeping their own lives safe. Which is understandable. Especially if they have no hope left.
There she is, the humble village of Namai. How delicious her rice, how sweet her persimmons. Too long has it been since I saw her with my own eyes, and, for mercy, the Imperials appear to be absent. Let no man claim that I am reckless. Prudence has ever been my watchword. Caetsu, venture closer, if you would, and confirm there are no soldiers lurking about.
Why me? Lennox says, fear changes a man, as they say. Yeah, exactly. We sort of see every version of it. We've seen over in Gerbania, we saw them just outright refuse to help. They've just taken hits lying down because they know that if they try to hit, like, strike back, it gets worse. And here we see something similar. Like, we see every version of fear from war. It's quite brutal.
We may be in luck. I don't see a single Imperial soldier.
Then there is no need to remain hidden. Let us go and greet them as friends.
I'm going too.
Good people of Namai, hearken to me. We come in peace and desire only information, to learn of recent events.
Isn't that the general?
Lord Caetsu, can we preserve your right? He lives.
I say, brothers and sisters, is aught amiss? Why do you regard me as one with a wild beast? Why is there fear in your eyes? Why do you tremble so? Ah, but of course, you fear me, a vengeful spirit of the dead. Rest assured, naught could be further from the truth. For am I not corporeal? Are my feet not firmly set upon the ground?
What should we do? If they catch him here, you know what will happen.
Of all the times for him to turn up, has the old fool lost his mind?
You! But why have you come here? What do you want from us?
I know not who you are to speak thus to your elders, boy, but mine only desire is to be received with the hospitality owed a humble traveler, not the fear and trepidation one might afford a wrathful shade.
What you going on about? Actually, never mind, just come with me, now!
Well, at least someone decided to approach the issue outright, and it is a youth. How quaint. I don't know who you people think you are, but do you have any idea what would happen to us if you were found in our village?
Again, you address us with unwarranted spite. I have let your impropriety pass until now, but no longer. Who are you, boy, to speak to me thus? Know you not who I am?
I am Ise of Namai, a farmer like my father before me and his father before him. I wouldn't expect a man like you to know who I am, but I know you. We all do.
Lord Kaien's retainer and leader of the rebellion, Gosetsu, notorious fugitive, wanted dead or alive by the Empire.
Oh. Ha 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 ha! Is that what this is all about? I am hardly the first man to earn the eye of the Empire, nor will I be the last. Was not Namai home to brave and true warriors who fought beneath our banners for king and country?
Yeah, they're dead. They fought, and they died. Every last one. And then the Imperials came looking for more because of them. They were this close to killing us all, to burning our village to the ground. We've only just begun to enjoy some semblance of peace. Never again. Never again. Do you understand? We've had enough of you and yours. Whatever it is you're plotting, lead us out of it.
Impassioned as his pleas may be, surely he must know that I cannot leave things as they are. But for now, I shall respect his wishes. We must continue on towards our final destination, the House of the Fierce, proud headquarters of the Doman Liberation Front. There's a secret entrance to the north of Namai, by way of a small spring. Come, I will show you.
A small spring, you say? It's just like an actual spring. You can just bounce off of and jump over. Now, people of Namai. I might be able to attune to this. Can I attune to this? I can attune to this. Excellent. Sometimes you might be uncertain when there's some reason for the people that live there to be hostile. But this might be helpful when we come back later. Ow.
This way, we must dive into the water. Have no fear, Kaitsu, it is but a short distance. You need not hold your breath for long.
I don't care, I can breathe underwater, you see. I agree, Lanark, the music is very peaceful. It is very nice. I think there's a lot of great music in Stormblood zones. It's very nice. Although arguably there's great music in every single expansion. You know, I have completely disregarded this possible shortcut forever. I didn't even realize that there was a reasonable way between Namai and the House of the Fierce. I always forget this.
Ha ha ha! How invigorating! Congratulations, my friends. You are come to the House of the Fierce.
Thank you. Give me the hat. You are Caetsu Chaiji, are you not? We were told of your coming. Heroes of Yanxia, we of the Doman Liberation Front are honored to receive you, if you would be so good as to follow me.
This is the House of the Fierce. But there are so few of them.
No, it's not House of the Fierce, it's House of the Fuse. Yeah. Yeah.
Many kindred spirits remain in hiding following the rebellion. Many others gave their lives for their nation. We are the stubborn remainder. Even accounting for our comrades in the field, we are at a fraction of our former strength, 'tis true. Yet we few are patriots. Brothers in arms, prepared to fight with every fiber of our being to set our people free.
Ever are we hopeful that others will join our cause, but never did I dream that you would journey so far.
Yukiri! Gods, it's good to see you. You look great, by the way. Have you been here long?
How random. You look great, by the way. Oh yeah, words from your mother, by the way.
I returned but recently, having concluded my mission. Oh, it is good to see you again, my friends.
Did I hear aright? Your mission is concluded? Then you have found the young master.
Ere we speak of that, I would know by what fortuitous circumstance our friends came to be here.
Lannax's House of the Not So Many.
The Empire's crimes are all too familiar. Lys, my heart goes out to your people.
We wanted to stay and fight, believe me, but we knew it wouldn't work. We needed more time to rebuild, and more allies to stand with us against the Empire. So we decided to come here and help you free Doma. To show everyone that you're not alone, and that the Garleans can be beaten if we work together. I'd like to think we proved that in the Ruby Sea.
That you did, Lys, and far more besides. Needless to say, your assistance would be most welcome.
Hear, hear. Now then, Yugiri, you must tell me of your search for our master.
Lest you wonder, he speaks of Lord Hien, son of Lord Cayenne, who perished during the rebellion. When it became clear that all hope of victory had gone, Lord Hien bade us deliver as many of our people as we could to safety beyond our borders. But as his father's heir, he was determined to fight on, and so he did, until he suffered a grievous wound in battle and vanished without a trace. Until now. For I have found Lord Hien, seen and spoken with him, on the Azim steppe.
O boundless and merciful Kami, the young master lives. Tell me, was he well? Did his wound yet ail him? Where is he now? Have you brought him back to us?
You may take comfort in the knowledge that he is hale and whole. However, when I invited him to return with me to Doma, he had this to say. If Doma yet thirsts for the blood of patriots and tyrants, I shall offer unto her my blade. But if she has had her fill of bitter draughts, I shall offer unto her conquerors my head. Thrice did I declare to him that no true son or daughter of Doma would ever accept such a sacrifice. But for all my passion, he would not be swayed. Learn the truth of her heart and return to me, he said. And so I left him.
The words of one made to wear the mantle of leadership too soon. Yet there is wisdom in them all the same. If the people no longer yearn to be free, 'twould be folly to rekindle the fires of war.
To suffer our master, to surrender his life and forsake all hope of freedom is by far the greater folly. I will not go to face my fallen comrades having done naught to stop it.
Nor I, Shadow Walker, nor I. But we need not rouse our comrades to battle this day. Let us instead welcome our honored guests and allow them a moment of respite.
Oh yeah, the Aetheryte is broken. As you can see, they went to great lengths to disable the Aetheryte. Apparently, in the twilight days of the rebellion, they feared that Xenos would be willing to risk sending unattuned conscripts. That said, it is hardly irreversible. They have the necessary materials. It would be a challenge to repair it alone, but mayhap with my brother's help.
should hear this, Caetsu. He was just telling me about Xenos and the rebellion. What you have to understand is that it was not a simple matter of numbers. The bulk of the 12th never even took the field. It was Xenos' stratagems that won the war. They were unlike anything we had ever seen. His formations were unorthodox, bewildering. We honestly thought we had him on the back foot. One moment we were pressing home our advantage, the next we were surrounded and at his mercy. And then he stood before us, his cornered prey, alone and unarmed. He beckoned us to come forward and fight for our lives. One by one my comrades charged, fearless and unflinching. He would dance amidst their blades for a time, and then draw close, as if to embrace. One after another. He made us watch, do you understand? He made us watch. What kind of monster enjoys killing people? Xenos and Yanxia. I do not think there was any joy in it. Not justice, nor morality, nor meaning. To him, the weight of one life is no different from that of 1,000. A challenge had been issued and was accepted, but on finding us no challenge at all, his objective changed. There were tales of Imperial soldiers being flayed for slaughtering families, for breaking brave men's spirits. Only later did I come to understand why. He did not desire obedience. He desired hate, and men consumed by it. A new battle, a new enemy, a new challenge. The hunt, I am told he called it. A hunt without end. And when all our best lay dead and broken, he left. He left, muttering that we had bored him. But our weapons, at least, held his interest. We took a fallen samurai's sword, having grown fond of it. Since that day, he has ever wielded Far Eastern blades. He is said to be fascinated by ones with storied histories, and so soldiers who seek to curry his favor often present those of defeated enemies as gifts. It's like it's all a game to him. People are suffering, dying, and he's collecting swords? We all feel the same, but my lady, you must understand. On the battlefield, reasons do not matter. The victor is not the just, but the strong, and the strong become the heroes of the tale. We were not strong enough. It is not sufficient to be right, to be just, without strength. Without strength, our path has but one end.
Mayhap a brief respite is in order. Were I 20 years younger, these wounds would not warrant a second glance. Alas, no samurai has the strength to defeat that villain old age. But what say you to the House of the Fierce? Compared to your rising stones, I concede it may seem somewhat lacking. But it has been a haven these past 10 years to all who would set Doma free. Regrettably, our efforts in that time have come to little and less. When the Emperor died, we were so sure the hour of our liberation was at hand, but Xeno soon put paid to that, with the aid of Yotsuyu and the secret she sold.
Oof. Caetsu, I do hope you have taken this opportunity to rest and recover.
No, I've just been talking with people, you see.
It is well that you spoke with one of the survivors of that massacre. To defeat one's foe, one must first understand his true nature. As the Alamecan resistance has struggled, so too has the Doman Liberation Front. More so, perhaps, given the precarious position in which we find ourselves in the wake of our doomed rebellion. We are few, and our enemies legion. We are weak, and they strong. Yet, with your help, I believe that there is little we cannot achieve. I only hope the depth of our predicament has not shaken your commitment to our cause.
No, I relish the challenge. Rise to the occasion.
You relish the thought of facing that monster again? But, of course, the hero of Eorzea fears no foe.
That's an interesting hat. Now then, I should be glad to discuss our next course of action. Though now that I think on it, I myself have been away from Doma for some time, and even after my return, the search for Lord Hien commanded my full attention. Mayhap it would be to both our benefit if we were to see the reality of Doma for ourselves, for did my lord not bid me learn the truth of her heart? Let us do this together, Caetsu. Let us go among the people and with our own eyes bear witness to their hardship. As a foreigner in these lands, your reputation does not precede you. Moreover, unlike Gosetsu, I can accompany you without attracting unwanted attention. I'd like to join you if that's all right. By all means, we should be glad of your company and your perspective. Namai is not far. I say we begin there. The sea. Good thing I picked up that etherite, otherwise we would have to run back. Oh. Hey. Why do I hear combat music? Because Lanak is in the area, fighting. Ah, Caetsu, I'm glad to see that you too put thought into your garments, given the covert nature of your activities. Yes, definitely. I should think my reason's obvious. To enter the village while wearing the garb of the shinobi would be beyond reckless. We shall pose as traveling merchants, Caetsu as our leader, and we as our assistants. Are there any objections? I'm not really the merchant type, but if you think this is the best way to go about it, I'll trust you. Then, without further ado, let us begin. I think it would be pretty funny if Yugiri had said, no, you can't wear that, if you had rolled up in, like, actually combat-looking gear. But I don't think she would. Weren't you the one who came with the general? No? I see. My mistake. It warms my heart to see traveling merchants in Namai again. Though the Imperials never sealed our borders, folks like you have taken to avoiding Yanxia ever since the rebellion. Unfortunately, that has only made it harder for us to survive. You may have noticed, but we lacked for a great many things. It was not much better before, true, but it has only gotten worse. Lanak says, "You blend in well, Caetsu. No one would ever know. Yeah, no one would tell the difference." you put Caetsu next to like a crowd of normal people, and no one would be able to tell who the JoJo villain is. Totally not the tiny person completely clad in pink. You, a merchant? Forgive me my skepticism, but you strike me less a woman of commerce and more common sellsword. Give your best impression of Hancock. No, you see. Do you know Lolorito? That does little to assuage my doubts, and if anything makes me clutch my coin purse tighter. That's fair. Give your best smile. Ta-da! I stand corrected. Such a warm and cordial nature you possess. I pray you forgive me my earlier rudeness. It has been some time since the Viceroy came to our village to purge it of insurgents. Those who resisted suffered terribly, and those who did not fared little better. We who remain know better than to risk her ire. If the Imperials demand laborers, we comply. If they demand conscripts to send as soldiers to other provinces, we obey. Ours is a difficult life, with little in the way of luxuries. I know not what you sell, merchant, but I doubt that I, nor anyone else here, can afford it. Oh, that's sad. That's really a shame. Look, a dog person.
Oh, traveling merchant with meat, perchance? Bah, better not to know when I have so little coin. I feel your eyes upon me. You know not the Lupin? Surely you have not been long in Yanxia, else you would. For generations we served the lords of Doma, compassionate and wise as they were, but the memories of such times fade with every passing day, as others will tell you.
Oh.
Foreign peddlers, Namai, whatever it is you sell, I have no money to buy. Perhaps you should go elsewhere. Saying that, I know of no village in Yanxia that has fared any better. Once, I would have directed you to the samurai lords of Monsen, had they not all died in battle or in the purges. There is the Doman Enclave, of course, but that lies beyond the Dairyu Moon Gates. Needless to say, the Imperials are disinclined to let any but their own pass. Oh. So no money. Da 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 da. Wow. Caetsu, what have you learned? I don't know. One thing I've learned is that being the leader of a group of traveling merchants feels really pointless when the assistant merchants just stick around outside the village. Yugiri, Liz, where were you? Where were you? I had to smile brightly because I don't speak, you know? Nanak says there's an ether up west of you, if I recall correctly. I will check in a moment. Thank you for reminding me. Caetsu, what have you learned? Lise and I encountered much of the same. They have been pushed beyond the brink. I expected frustration and disillusionment, but not so much that they would come to question the wisdom of opposing Imperial rule in the first place. Unless we can convince them otherwise, I fear I cannot convince Lord Hien to return, and without him... Let us not yet lose hope. Though the situation in Namai is bleak, mayhap it is not so elsewhere. I wish to speak with others outside the village. Lise and I will look for farmers in the paddies to the east. Caetsu, I ask you look to the south. Surely they cannot all have given in to despair. $300 yards to the west. I don't recall how much that is, but let's try and go up this cliff and see if that is good enough. See, I also see that this is we're reaching the point where we normally round off the stream, and that's pretty fine that we end near an aetheryte, although I do understand that it might be a little bit annoying that we sort of just started on some new story stuff and then I stop. Is that something I can go through? Oof. Yes it is. Ow. I should have dismounted first. I may have made a mistake. I think we'll have to come back later for that one, but thank you for the heads up anyway, Lanak. There's an inn in Kugane, right? Let's move our free teleport to Kugane. We will probably not need to visit specifically Ishgard that much. Where is the... Oh right, the inn is the... Is it the onsen? That's true. Well,
as always, this is the part of the stream where we talk a little bit about anything you would like to talk about, while I take a picture of Kai for the next... well, actually, I completely forgot about something. We have to go back to Yanxia. We need a picture of Namai for the thumbnail. And then we go to the inn. Anyway, still, this is the part of the stream where you have the opportunity to bring up any subject you would like to talk a bit about. And that's what we're doing. What would be good? I think this might be good. Maybe we should actually use the new emote we got. Don't need that. We need to stop the bow quite early, otherwise she will not even be looking at the camera much. Do you just ignore time freezes, mate? We're gonna need some light. Bit closer. Bro, are you serious? This looks a little bit awkward. I think this works. It's like a camera flash. Makes this part unnecessary. There we are. And now we go back to Kugane. But yeah, is there anything? Could be a question about a job. It could be a question about something you're just interested in learning about. It could be something you're interested to ask me about. Yeah. Oh, there's always a little bit of time at the end of the stream to talk about anything, really. Lanok says, this game really has so many features compared to other MMOs. I think what Final Fantasy XIV really thrives on is that the developers have really focused heavily on adding a lot of side content. Like, if you compare to, for example, World of Warcraft, an absurd amount of focus, like almost to a scary degree of effort is put into just raids, just dungeons, just combat content. But the thing is that if your game adheres to a certain audience, makes content for a certain audience, other audiences are inevitably going to leave eventually. If you don't cater to them, they will leave. So that means that the players that care about other aspects than combat, dungeons, gearing, raids, all that stuff, eventually leave World of Warcraft. So who's there to care? If you've ever seen someone look at a new piece of content for Final Fantasy XIV and say, why would I do this when it does not drop any gear? Then that is basically what you're looking at for any content that does not drop actual like item level upgrades in World of Warcraft. Why would I bother interacting with something like the Gold Saucer if it doesn't either A, make my reputation grinds faster, B, make me money, or C, give me item level upgrades? And the reason why those things are relevant is because, one, reputation grinds can sometimes give you gear or other required things. Money can buy gear, and, well, straight up gear dropping helps too. And because Final Fantasy XIV extremely early on put a heavy, well, from the very start really, put a heavy focus on story, that means that there's a lot of players that are here for the story and not necessarily the combat being difficult. And then rather early on they added stuff like the gold saucer. They added all sorts of optional things to entice people to do other things than raids. The fact that the weekly raid clear doesn't take that long, and farming gear doesn't take that long, and I've talked about this at length before, but because the part of the game that is the combat doesn't demand that much of your attention on a weekly basis, there's time to do other things, whether those other things are other games or just hanging out in the game. Like, I could imagine that while there are like squares, areas where people just hang out in World of Warcraft, I believe the common situation is that people are hanging out while looking for the next thing to do. Not in the city. While in Final Fantasy XIV, people come to hang out to hang out. Like, people go to Limsa Lominsa to talk with people, to meet new people. People hang out just for the sake of it. Because every moment in Final Fantasy XIV that you spend not becoming stronger is not necessarily time wasted. You could argue that hanging out, meeting people, meeting other players increases your ability to gear your character if you so desire. If you want to do the newest Savage raid to gear up, one way is to go through the party finder. That's inconsistent and works not equally well for everyone. But if you go and meet people, you will befriend people. There will be people among them that will look at you and go, say, we're missing a DPS in our Savage raid static. I know that you're not geared. Like, you don't have Savage gear yet, so you presumably aren't doing Savage, but I've done random dungeons with you and you appear to be extremely good at what you're doing, even in easy content. You are basically carrying in your worse than Savage gear. We're missing a DPS? Something is wrong with the sound. That is a little strange. Am I also cutting out really weird in the stream? Well, if I still sound okay, this is probably also a decent time to say that was that then. It sounds like my sound, at least from myself, is sounding a little strange. I'll have to look at that immediately after this. I will take a picture, and that'll be that. That is really strange. I'm sure that it's just something passing and I'll just need to fix something. But if the sound from my microphone is going in fine, that's okay. Is it? I sure hope it isn't crackling out like the sound in my headset seems to be. Right. Sorry about the abrupt finish, but this weird sound worries me a bit. Anyway. For a brief moment your mic was silent, but now it sounds fine. Maybe something crashed. I'll look into it immediately after this. Anyway, to round up, the good news are that in Final Fantasy XIV, you don't have to do the hard content. You can do all the fun stuff. And yeah, I think that's where we're going to call it. Thank you for that, Lanak. And as I say, good night, or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And I think we will call that a stream. Thank you all so much for watching. And good night, and see you all very soon. And good night to Kai, even though the sound is sounding extremely wonky. Good night.